proceedings, as he could not in the UK trial. And instead, he doodles and snickers. Again,
let's stop there. Let's talk about that.
Get him, man.
Okay, so this is so an abused person does not want to have to be even in the same room with their abuser, let alone be looking at them. And the fact that she keeps, and people have noticed this, that Amber keeps looking at Johnny, and Johnny doesn't look at her, and that's
such a tell.
Johnny's reaction is way more typical of an abused person. And then I think also he doesn't want it for himself. He doesn't want to have to look at her. And I think there's some quote of him saying, "I never want to have to look her in the eye again."
Correct. After a text from a divorce where he's like, "I will never give her that again."
We know how he feels. We don't either.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want to have to listen to her and look at her while she's lying.
And I wanted to back you up as well, because you spoke about that she has no tears. Well, I have an 80-inch high-definition television, and I'm watching the trial, and she's rubbing her cheek. I'm like, what is she rubbing? Like, it's really ridiculous. As most people are watching on a small, screen, but when you watch that on a big screen, it gets even worse. So, it's pretty crazy.
Good. I'm glad you could tell, because I was viewing it on a relatively small screen, and I kept thinking, I don't think there's tears there.
There weren't. There's one photo I saw in Business Insider where it really looks like they photoshopped like something to make it seem like there might be one, but I was looking close. Her whole face was dry, and I don't buy it. Not buying it. Anyway, they continue. Instead, he doodles and snickers. Mr. Depp's behavior in this trial has been as pitiful as it was in their marriage. Apparently, they feel they must double down on their demonstrably losing two-part strategy, distract the jury, and demonize the victim. Oh my God, I hate these lawyers. She's a victim just because she says it, guys. And they're not distracting.
Yeah, and a lot of what Amber has ever said and continues to say, we can look at that and see it as projection. That what she says Johnny's done bad is actually what she's done bad. And we see it again. She's trying to distract the jury with these elaborate stories, and she's demonizing the victim with all this talk about alcohol. And throwing every possibility of throwing Marilyn Manson into the conversation. Amber threw Marilyn Manson into her rape story by saying Marilyn Manson music was playing in the background.
It was such a scripted, weird thing, right? She's like, I could hear after all. I heard Marilyn. He was listening to Marilyn Manson as if that was like devil's music. Like, of course, he's listening to a fellow accused person. Right? It was sickening. All the little specifics she kept choosing to weave in there in this way. I don't know. We heard a lot of stories last night, Anne, from survivors. I know I can't generalize all, but there was just a real emotion and hesitancy and fear and sadness that you can just tell when someone's being genuine about such a traumatic, serious thing. And everything she did just felt calculated, fake, practiced. I don't know what planet she thinks she's on, but it does seem like the majority of people are feeling it too. Now, what's frustrating is not everyone's sitting and watching as in depth as we all are. They're getting little bits and pieces from news or headlines, and that's what I'm more worried about, of people who haven't really digested in this whole thing to unpack it all to really understand why she would do such a thing. Because who would do such a thing? Such extreme allegations. Who in their right mind could ever go that far with the lie? But she's doing it. And do you think that's just her feeling like she has to? She's doubled down so much that she has no choice?
What happens with these very practiced liars, these personalities that lying is their shtick, their lies tend to get more and more extravagant because they get believers, and that feeds them. And this is actually what sometimes trips them up, is that their lies get more and more extravagant, so people maybe believe them earlier. When the lies get more extravagant, they're like, well,
But yeah, here's as close to tears as came in from Miss Heard. And yeah, I'm not seeing it. There was a theory circle. I thought that was fun. There was a theory, I won't say someone reputable, makeup person, etc. Their theory was, this is someone who knew him. We'll say, I'm trying to get more of an exclusive interview for you guys. 1,000,000% sure she put menthol on her tissue today. I told my mom yesterday she would. Actors use this to water their eyes. She snorted it, and she still had no tears. She's literally dead inside. And I read that, I was like, damn, that's, I don't know, yeah, that could be what it was. Everyone's thinking drugs, right? But no, it was probably something to try and get her to cry, and she still couldn't cry. Just shocking to me, because you can easily sneak that in. You have it in your tissue, it's there. And she definitely did it. She inhaled something. There was no ifs, ands, or about it. But if you have a runny nose, you don't inhale, you exhale, push out, you're a mess. And there's snot. You have to throw away the tissue. You don't keep the same tissue also. So she's just so bad at all this, she doesn't even realize how bad she looks. It's gross. Anyway, Lewis, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think one of the worst things about this as well that people are not talking about that much, and I'll bring it up, is that she's so sloppy at her stuff. Looking at the camera, people posing for pictures, or she pulls her nose. It's so obvious it's coming from a mile away. She doesn't care. It's almost like she doesn't care. She gets out of light. No effort. Like, at least give an effort. Like, the BS. There's like no question she's relevant. She posed for a picture yesterday called me. I couldn't believe my eyes. I spent like an hour looping that video. I was like, she literally was finding her no tears, right? She looks to the left, sees a camera, and goes back to it, and pauses for like 3 seconds, dude. It was so ridiculous.
So the position of this tissue never changes, so she didn't get it from there. You think it's possibly rolled up in her sleeve. Keep watching.
Yeah, that's something different, but she does actually pose for a picture while blowing her nose.
So she carefully rolls the sweater up and then stuffs it in her sweater.
Everything's
That one she just shoves in there. That one she carefully rolls and tucks. This one she just kind of like shoves in there. Not as careful, not as pretty. Okay, here we are at 1 hour, 37 minutes, 23 seconds. Tissue still the same position, okay? Let's just fast forward through all of this till we get to
TikTok detectives. Sometimes they're annoying, sometimes they're spot on.
okay, notice the tissue is still the same position, but she's now looking down at her lap. What is she doing? I don't even know.
so intense, man.
Tissue still in the same position. think I figured out exactly when shoved in there like it was.
Did she shove it? Is it the shove it is the only thing I don't
See how it's unrolled. So let's go back to the beginning.
She shoved it in.
Beginning where she intentionally rolls that thing about 5 or 6 times and tucks it. She position of this tissue never changes, so she didn't get it from there. I think it's possibly rolled up in her sleeve. Keep watching.
Interesting. Well, I don't know about the sleeve thing, but for sure, it's an interesting theory. But the fact that it came out of nowhere and the tissues didn't move, that is very telling. And the fact that it was probably something like menthol or something to try to make her cry. Oh, this woman is awful.
Did you see Amber poses for pictures?
Yes, we posted that one last night. But yeah,
That was insane. That was.
Yes.
Since 2016. They're the ones that ran with her pictures in her original accusation against Johnny.
Yeah, it makes sense. They'll support her, and then if she loses, they just won't say it. You know, that's usually what happens. They support, and then when they're wrong, they just like I experienced that firsthand. When they're wrong, they don't want to retract or really make a big stink about it because they don't like to have egg on their face. Yeah, that yikes. Pretty gross. All right, we're gonna take some calls. I'm gonna get to that now. And you want to stick around for some more? Do you have to get out of here? Okay. Let's open up this phone line. I saw a lot of you were patiently waiting. I'm gonna pick. Let's do. I just randomly picked Chris. Chris is joining the party line. Excuse me. As we wait for that, there was a couple chats I want to make sure I got to. Oh my gosh, how did I miss this? Maria T. My goodness. Tisamacos. Amber's only chance of redemption now is in July. Don't live how sick she is after Dr. Seek treatment for BPD and advocate for PD's on the site. Maria, my goodness, well, thank you so much for that generous donation. Incredibly generous of you. Hit me up. We always love getting some more psychologist opinions on the show, so reach out to me. My DMs are pretty, I don't mean to say that, but try to reach out to me. It's pretty hard. Hit me up on Telegram if you have that. But don't spam me and just send me things. You specifically, Maria, hit me up there and I'll try and connect you because I always love experts and thank you for that generosity. Did the caller get in? Hello, Chris, are you there? Chris has got to get their audio on. Okay, while we wait for Chris to figure out to get their audio on, we're going to try a River. River or Chris. See if either of you can get your audio working while we wait for that to happen. So Mandy, thank you for your comment. I'm not strong enough to call in, but as a victim, her testimony broke me. My depression has been very bad the past 2 days, and I don't know why this has been
for people that are going through this right now, who've been watching this trial, there is hope for you and leave. Do not stay. Do not stay, because there is somewhere you can go. There is. I didn't have a place to go. I had nowhere to go. I had no family I could go with, that would take me and my kids in. And I ended up finding a shelter, that was going to offer for me to go in there. And then he ended up almost killing me, beating me, almost killing me, and went to prison. And he got out of prison and stalked me. And it's just that continuous cycle of abuse that people need to just get out now. Because I know there's people watching that are in abusive situations right now, men and women, and they need to know that there is help out there. And I wanted to say the number, but I didn't know if I could or not.
Yeah, of course, I have the hotline.org you can go to. 1-800-799-SAFE is the number, or 7233 1-800-799-7233. Also chat with them on the website. You can text START to 88788. And if you're worried or need to be anonymous, it's not working, you can always make sure you also just delete the calls you've done on your phone just in case you're calling them. But there's make sure you call anonymously and talk to somebody who can hopefully help you. They keep it confidential. They're available 24/7. Lots of venues there to help you get connected in whatever town you are in. So thank you very gratefully you reminded me to share that, River, and thank you for sharing that story. It's really disheartening to see what Amber has done with this, because I want to believe her. You know what I mean? Like I feel terrible that I can't. But I hear all the time play the evidence, and it's very clear she's lying. She's lying in multiple areas, and her performance isn't believable. And what she's doing for victims right now to try to beat Johnny is sickening. It's sickening. We got to call it out. We got to remind don't be afraid. Stand up and get help. Don't let him ruin this. We have to, that's why I want to use this platform now. I'm seeing this. It just got me so depressed. Let's stand back up. Let's fight back. Let's be loud. And let's help each other. So to all you people standing up out there sharing your stories, including you, River, bravo.
People out there that I know are watching. And I appreciate you very much for putting this out there and doing what you do, because it takes a lot of your time, and I appreciate it. And I had to turn it off yesterday. I had to turn it off. I'm a cancer patient, and I'm going through a lot of health issues, and I had to turn it off because I started having a panic attack, and I don't want it to set me back, but I know that the voices need to be heard. You know what I mean? The voice needs to be heard, and I support Daddy 100%. And the reason he's not looking up, the reason he's not looking up is because he is trying to not traumatize himself any more than he's already been. Because when she's standing up there and she's doing that, she's re-traumatizing him. And I think it's bullcrap, honestly. I do. I think it's bullcrap.
It's what she's doing. She wants to make that eye contact again. She wants to keep abusing him. And did I get you? Does this one hurt? It's so clear. Lois, man, you were saying.
I was saying that River is awesome, and Amber Heard, you've awakened a sleeping giant, and it's a force from now on to fear you. You're an abuser. We're going to mitigate you. We're giving your voice a platform, and also that statement that he's not looking up proves that what we've known, he tries to walk away from conflict, and she's the aggressor trying to, why are you walking away? That's what you do. He's not looking you in the eye, he's walking away, and you're trying to fight him anyways. He's turning the other cheek, so to speak. He doesn't want to look at you, man. We don't want to look at you, Amber. What do you want?
Exactly. And people might take it in different ways. But the reason why he's doing what he's doing is because of that reason right there. And it might be intentional, it might be not intentional. Someone might have told his therapist, somebody he's seeing might have told him. But I can tell you, I had to be carried out of court from my abuser. And he held me down and burned me with a cigarette in my arm one time during a attack from him. And when I heard that testimony from him that happened to him, I started bawling because I know exactly. And for her to get up there and say that he did it himself, there is no way. When you burn yourself you're sympathizing, but you cannot sympathize with an abuser that is up on the stand line the way that she is. And I hope she has her bodyguards and protection with her, because I'm scared something's going to happen to her. I don't wish ill will on anybody, but I think that something, you know what I mean? Like, she can't go around saying stuff like that, especially under oath. God's watching. God is watching. If someone doesn't, do anything, God is watching, and I want to be able to live with myself. I don't know how she's even doing it. I really don't.
She's the devil. It's that's what I think. Well, River, you're amazing. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Sending you so much love, light, positivity. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, go ahead.
I just feel like I have to acknowledge, River. I want to acknowledge what you've been through and express my sympathy for both the original trauma you went through and then this re-traumatization that you're experiencing. Yeah. And I call on women like you who have been abused by a man to take that understanding of what it's like to be the victim and generalize that understanding so that it's not only seeing that males can be the abuser, but taking that same empathy like you are now with Johnny, and Johnny's story, I think, is helping people. I long for the day when more women who have been the target of abuse will be able to generalize that sympathy not just to women who are abused, but all men who are abused. Because those men are being marginalized. 100%, and they're not believed. They're not believed like women are, and it's sad. And this is bigger than I think this trial is for. I think in this I've learned some more triggers that I have. I didn't realize that I would be so triggered, and it's gonna help me move forward, I feel, because it's making me realize a lot more that I am not as healed as I thought that I was. So it's giving you some opportunity to expel some more trauma. I hope you have some time in the next few days to be able to do some journaling, having somebody hold you and be able to process more of that stuff through. Yes, ma'am, that's what's going on. I've been in my room, and I went through the woods the other day, and I just stood there and breathed in the air and looked at the clouds and looked at the river, and I do have to say one thing. My name is actually Jessica, and I wasn't going to say my real name because I didn't want my abuser to find me on YouTube. He's scared of him still. He's in prison now, and but you know what? I'm just going to say my name. My name is Jessica. I go by River on here, but I'm just going to say my name because you know what?
There's 12,000 people here. You mess with River or Jessica.
Yeah, I was gonna say, anybody comes after Jessica or River, you're coming after all of us.
Yeah, an attack on her is an attack on all.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
share their stories, and every time I hear it, I believe Amber even less, because you hear real, genuine emotion from these people who've really been through something, and you just start seeing how fake and just disingenuous Amber is. So, how are you feeling about parts of day 2 that you saw? I know you didn't watch all of it, but any comments you have, Steph, since you just joined?
The fear of being like a broken heart, and I don't want her. I really don't. When you speak of something that's happened to you like that, whether that's PTSD or both, again, it's a physical emotion that comes out of you. It's something that you can't control. Right? But this is something you can't control, and you can't control the emotion. It's when she's on that stand, I'm sorry, even now, because some people are saying, oh, it may be that she's not crying any tears because of the Botox or something along those lines. Okay, fine. Even if you took that into account, the whole, in terms of facial features, is still too damn controlled. She is very, very tall. It's very, very rigid and very structured. It's not breaking down. It's not out of control. Her mouth in particular is very like that. I can't explain it anything more than she's not a mess. She's just not facially a mess. Guys, I mean, I'm open about what I've been through. When I talk about it every single time, it gets easier. But I'm still in tears. My face is still a mess. It's just the emotion comes out. You feel it, right? Yeah, I feel nothing but whatever she is, a fucking lying bitch. And there's a special place in hell for people that lie, that essay or DV or love has happened to them, because again, it makes it harder for us feel DVSA survivors to actually get the justice from our monsters that we deserve. And it makes me immensely angry in terms of what she.
All you guys who shared it, please keep it going, because it doesn't end there. Not only do we have leaked audio, Amber Heard went on the James Corden show the next night. And I want you to hear her describe it on the stand so you can watch her lying in real time. Watch her tell this story, and then let's go through the evidence together, shall we?
You have to appear, you're scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16th. That's right, I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on that night show. Airing on the phone. I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance.
What did she do with her lip?
And I thought maybe I could pull it off.
Gambled?
I had my hair and makeup team going.
Gambled, you mean like to see if anybody would notice that you didn't have those on your face? I think that's what she actually meant.
Around it, meaning worked around the and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup.
Heavier.
And
So not your typical armor complete. I'm a complete.
I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick super heavy matte red lipstick. And I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear. And on this occasion, we had no choice because nothing else would hide.
It's my favorite color to wear, but I had no choice.
My busted lip.
Remember that.
And everyone on the show did what I always do. I told people I had an accident, which actually not hearsay. Sustained injury. Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show? I appeared on the show.
So she appeared on the show. So there it is. And apparently she explains this because, well, we have her makeup artist from that day. We have the makeup artist Samantha McMillan, who has provided this declaration, first-hand personal knowledge and matters set forth. She was a freelance stylist represented by the Ballroom since 2014 and served for Amber Heard to get her ready for major appearances. On December 16th, 2015, I spent much of the day and evening with Heard, preparing her to appear on the James Corden show. I saw her throughout the day of December in dim light, close range, wearing no makeup. Throughout the day of December, I could see clearly that Amber Heard did not have any visible marks, bruise, cuts, or injuries, face, or any other part of her body. She appeared as a guest on the James Corden show that day. After the show, Miss Heard said to me, "Can you believe I just did that show with two girls?" She did not have those. Had been visibly uninjured throughout the day and that moment. Later learned that that's when Miss Heard accused Johnny in the court filings of, blah, 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 blah. As I was leaving, I overheard Miss Heard say to friend Raquel Pennington, who came to the show, make sure to get those photos onto my computer. Although I don't know which photos you're referring to. But I did get another that Amber well, but there you go. Make it on a smart declaration. I was there with that team. I didn't cover it up. I don't know what the hell she's talking about. It doesn't just end there. We have the appearance. I mean, just so bad. Dude. What on earth are you talking about? There's so many images we can look at, including the appearance itself, which we have to be careful of here because James Corden is not friendly to this. And we'll dig it. But just, play a quick slow-mo moment of it. There's that, bruised lip, everything. There it is. Now, you guys can go look Amber James Corden on YouTube and look it up yourself. I don't know what on earth she's talking about. I don't know what not only were there images from the show, she did some sort of photo. I think these are the images that she's referring to. This photo booth and selfies that James Corden took. And they're so close up to her face. Highlight flash sort of. What makeup does this? That covers up. I'm sorry, I don't see any sign of anything. You can get as close up as you want here. All of these images show her fine, completely fine, uninjured. It's sickening to see her play this like we don't have the footage. Amber, not only are you caught on video in 4K, literally, she's caught in 4K, and so the phrase couldn't be more true here. Not only are you caught in 4K, there's a witness who is there who says you're lying. What are you doing? Why are we still even in that? I don't understand why this isn't already wrapped up in a bow. UK court just ignored all of this, guys. The UK court that they lost, the media and others constantly try to use against Johnny, they just ignored all of this. Hard evidence, facts, they just ignored it. It's maddening to me. Yet she's there playing the victim. She's there playing all my friends, when they saw it, they wanted me to leave them. Dude, where are they? Why aren't they on the stand? Who's going to say that for you on your behalf? Because you can't just keep saying it. That's hearsay, as we know. Nobody's coming forward to defend her, so it would be very interesting to see who these witnesses are that she's speaking. But we've known all of her friends have back. They know. They know that. Everybody owns these things. Amber, you're caught. So, now, all you guys so much for buying our shirts. We actually took your advice and we added so many more. That's right. ... is up there. Objection. Hearsay. This one's a really fun one. I love Dr. Curry. I am going to need a megapint. It's not real. Camille Vasquez, you know she's going to be a hero soon. Make it make sense, as well as Popcorn Planet shirts and so much more. The link will be in the description as well as pinned down below. Go check out our new shirts. Thank you guys so much for supporting. Make sure you get at least your Johnny Depp Citizen shirt before this is over so you can all show your support because, my gosh, this woman needs to... I don't even say it. My God, you're despicable. So many real victims called in the other day, and it makes my heart hurt what you're doing to them. And thank God there are actual experts out there. Real people are out there busting on you at TikTok. It's hilarious. I took an arrow to the knee.
My friend hit a tree. I ran out of coffee and had to make myself some tea. My dog stepped on a bee.
My dad has to pee.
My cat has a flea. My dog stepped on a bee. To make spaghetti, turn on my light to see.
It's not even just the people on TikTok which are owning this. Here's an actual expert on Court TV.
And I've worked on a lot of high-profile cases and watched them. I have never seen this type of demeanor and theatrics ever in any case I have ever worked on. This is the worst performance of Amber Heard in her career.
Ooh, I love hearing this kind of stuff. So keep the TikToks coming, keep the real coming, keep the truth going. Please share and get this video out there. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe, hit the bell for all alerts to help us get this as well as more. We got more stories coming that we'll need your support on. Hope you'll stay tuned here on Popcorn Planet. So leave a comment, keep the engagement coming, and we'll be live all throughout the week. We'll hope to see you there. I know the trial's off, but we're still here working, so we hope to see you here. Stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for watching here on Popcorn Planet.
Her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just swung at him. Kickbox and stairs, and I swung at him.
Amber Heard's testimonies are becoming unreliable, and she might lose this case because of it. The Heard and Depp defamation trial is currently on pause, but the past 15 days were crazy. We all get a graphic explanation.
Guys, big shit if I really claim you. Bust it open, bend over, put my back in it. Addicted like it got a little crack in it. Big shit if I really...
I'm about to go on a ride with Des. But guess what, guys? I've almost lost 35 pounds since the beginning of the year. I'm at 34.2. all the abuse and violence that happened between the ex-spouses. More and more people are starting to think Johnny Depp is innocent because they aren't persuaded by Amber's side. Since then, she's fake tears, fake evidence, and let untrustworthy people testify for her. Amber lied big time, and all can be proven if you look just a bit closer. Let's talk about the things Amber Heard did in court that actually lets Johnny Depp win. Let's start with her sexual abuse allegations to her ex-husband and how she claims repressed memories of the entire event.
You know how that night ended? I don't remember what happened. Don't remember. I have a memory of him begging.
She mentioned she was abused by Johnny using a broken bottle, and recently, just a week ago, years after the abuse took place, a photo by Ben King surfaced of the bottle that was used. Obviously, it is whole. With a bottle that's size 2, you'll probably need to go to the hospital after what's been done. But Amber has no wounds or bruises from that event. She also said there was glass everywhere and property damage took place, but the room from the evidence looked so clean. It was near spotless. Additionally, the bottles were not empty at all. There's still some liquid inside, and it was put on the table as if someone drank it and forgot to close the lid. It's really unthinkable. I don't get how she began a lie without calculating if she had the right evidence in court. A lot of people are now suspecting it to be entirely made up. Another picture was presented in court recently. It was a picture of Johnny Depp's guitar. According to Amber, Johnny was trying to play this guitar while they were in Australia when he clearly couldn't have. In fact, Amber is the reason for that. She threw a bottle at him that eventually cut the tip of his finger just because she was angry he politely asked for a prenuptial agreement. Anyway, the guitar was blood, but Amber said it brought up photos of her playing the instrument years ago.
Ever did you?
It's very easy to prove that she lied, and if the court realizes this, it's going to be bad for her. The next piece of evidence is the fakest one of all. This all took place in Australia, and remember this time, Johnny was missing a finger. On the bathroom mirror, you'll notice that there is a lot of graffiti written, and you can butcher them into 3 layers. When you see the picture, you'll start to think to yourself, how could he have done that with a finger missing? Johnny already admitted that he wrote on the wall using some of his blood.
You dipped your finger in pain after suffering an injury. Yes. And you use that right on objects now.
But when you compare all the pictures of the mirror, you'll also notice that paint added to the mirror. It's obvious that she set it up and broke the vehicle. The items in the background are also moving. The swimsuit moved. The shower looked like it was used in between takes. Maybe she had to find the right angle to make it look more believable. If she did a bad job. You don't need the keenest eye to see that. It's so obvious. We also have the great makeup battle. Heard's attorney, Elaine Bredikoff, said the actress had used makeup to cover up her bruises throughout her relationship with Depp. She was always abused by Johnny, they said, so she had to find a way to cover it all up.
This was what she used. She became very adept. They're going to hear the testimony from Amber about how she had to mix the different colors for the different days of the bruises.
The brand of the product was Milani Cosmetics, and they took offense to this. They turned to TikTok and released a video where they proved that the makeup was only released in 2017. Amber claimed to have released this 2012 or earlier. How did that happen? Magic. Obviously, it's all a ruse. You asked us. Let the record show that our correcting kit launched in 2017 was the caption, and the video went viral. Amber became the laughing stock of the world. What's sad is that she would comment about it, telling her stylist that she's lucky her makeup wasn't wiped off. The stylist, confused, even said in court that she saw no bruising at all. Police also claimed that Heard did not have any bruises when she called 911 twice. In 2016, on the night Amber recalls Johnny beat her, police officers called to the couple's residence saying they saw no signs of bruises on her face. Amber said that Johnny savagely injured her face by throwing her own iPhone at her from point-blank range as hard as he could and then continued to beat her face. But the cops have a different story. The first cops that came could clearly see Amber's face, and it had nothing. The house was also spotless, 0 signs of violence or abuse anywhere. Then, another cop came, backing up the first one's testimonies. The only thing they could observe was that her face was red from crying, but showed no signs of bruises.
Your best recollection is you saw no property damage, nothing in disarray, nothing of it.
This is literally embarrassing. The cops have already caught up to her lies, yet she still continues to push that everything is real. In addition to that, one of the cops said in his testimony, just because I see a female with pink cheeks and pink eyes doesn't mean something happened. Footage of the conversation was shown to the jury, which was less than 2 minutes. Bird could only be seen at a distance and speak very okay. This wanted a temporary restraining order on her face. That was 6 days after the fight happened. She came prepared. I reckon now some of her testimonies were insane. It just gets faker and faker by the moment. It's also becoming easier for viewers to fact check if she's lying or not. This time, Amber claims that Johnny was crazy and mad, holding his dog out the window of a moving car and howled. She was scared that he could have dropped their Yorkies. Everyone in the car just froze. No one did anything. She said, I do. Holding a small dog. Teacup Yorkie and holds the out the window of the car. And he's howled like an animal. It is most likely that she got the narrative from that. The next one is that book. Book taken obviously unreliable. I'm not sure why December 2015. Her explanation was so graphic. She said Johnny was challenging her to get back up after he hit and shoved her down. He punched her and explains further by saying he then threw her on the bed and kneeled on her back with one leg and punched her again. Oh, this is how I died. I was going to kill me now. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream and I couldn't scream. Her lawyers proceeded to show us photos of the abuse. Black eyes, a busted lip, and a broken nose were supposed to be seen, but all we see is Amber with a clear face, 0 bruises, and a small cut on her lip that she could have gotten from anywhere. There was also a chunk of hair that looks like she pulled it out on her own for evidence. Amber ended her narrative by saying, I don't remember feeling pain. I just remember hearing the sound of his voice. How could she present that with a straight face? It's hilarious. Her face is so clear, it does not look like she was hurt. Not one bit. Aside from this, there are other pieces of evidence that were supposed to be in court but were objected to by Johnny's team and the judge's state. That was a big part of their side, and now they can't fight without it. Amber Heard is just contradicting the things she presents as evidence. How does she think she'll win this trial if she's not consistent? We're excited to see what Team Heard will prove more in court in the coming days, and how Johnny's team will most probably destroy them. See you in the next video. Thanks for
Everyone is watching Depp and Heard's second court battle. It's much more resonant than the first one. Then, back in 2019, Heard accused Depp of being too handsy. Johnny, but he's back again. This time he's trying to prove Heard was not much of a victim. He showed a video that proves she's been cheating. I showed Johnny's James Franco. Amber and Franco filmed a movie together. Amber's character was a love interest of Franco's. They had a couple of kissing scenes, and Johnny felt really insecure about it. And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument. Yes. Later, Johnny's side presented video proof. Here's Amber and James in an elevator together. An elevator that's located in Depp's penthouse. You can see how Amber moves very close to Franco, and they kind of try to hide from the camera. Then Franco puts his head on her shoulder. It might not look like a lot, but here's the thing. Back in 2016, another guy was seen in the same spot. Billionaire Elon Musk and Heard also used the same elevator. The building concierge even wrote in a sworn statement that he saw Musk a few times a week late at night. He also mentioned Musk would always visit when Mr. Depp was not at home. Amber, of course, denied it all. And it later turned out Musk and Heard were in fact dating. Now, this elevator scene makes more sense, right? In an audio played in court, Johnny admitted he always felt jealous and angry about her movie partners. Jealous. it's safe to assume a lot of them jealous. There are always rumors about an affair whenever Amber does a movie with someone. The very first one was actually Depp himself as the ex-couple met on the set of Ben, Jason. Sure, together. Amber is a big interviews. And now there is a video of her and Franco. It's clear why Depp never felt sure in their relationship. Moreover, new information about their life together makes it seem like Amber is just taking advantage of Depp.
When did you start dating?
After that, her friends and family occupied the houses of Johnny Depp. The first one was Amber's sister, Whitney. She needed a place. We gave her a penthouse for.
How long did she live there for?
Boy, on and off for last couple of years. You might think Whitney must have paid her or something. In fact, no.
How much rent did you charge her?
But that's a sister. That's basically his family, too. But then came Amber's friends. First one was Io Tillett. I had a house on the streets of one of the houses that was empty. But I showed the house. I said, write your book. Write your book here. But Io didn't just work there. He ended up living in the house for about a year.
And how much rent did you charge to Io?
That's already a little bit suspicious. But okay, maybe that's a really close friend. But then there was another acquaintance. Rocky Pennington visited one of the penthouses and stayed.
How long did Miss Pennington stay in the penthouses? And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
And yet again, she did not pay a dime. Moreover, she was living there with her fiancé. And that's just a short list off the top of Depp's head. Hard to imagine how much more was actually going on. Judging from what we see in court, Johnny actually seems like a bigger victim. Almost the whole world sided with him. And even though he lost the first trial, we're sure the truth will prevail and justice will find its way. Who do you think is right or wrong in this case? Are you Team Amber or Team Johnny?
Ever arrived at that opinion in the time that you served as an expert witness in this case? And your answer was, could you read that to the jury, please?
Yes. So no, what I said then was, no, that's not the task of dash. That was never my task to determine. Can I say what that means?
No. And then the question is, so is it fair to say that you have never arrived at an opinion that, quote, Ms. Heard exhibits patterns of behavior that suggest allegations of abuse against Mr. Depp are false, end of quote. And what was your answer?
Well, there was an objection.
All right, I'll read it for you if you're having difficulty. And your answer was under oath, correct. That is not my opinion. That has never been my opinion. Isn't that what was said under oath on March 21st? You did not disclose in any of the designations or
Correct. I did not disclose that I was interviewed by the legal team, no.
I asked a different question. Are you trying to resist that you didn't have dinner with Mr. Depp and drinks?
I'm not trying to resist that, but it's not quite right.
You did have dinner with Mr. Depp, did you not?
I did. With the legal team and Mr. Depp.
Did you not?
And what?
You had drinks with Mr. Depp, did you not?
Drinks were served. This was 2 years ago. I may have had so excited about your husband, even though this was a highly confidential matter, that you were going to be. That's not accurate. You not only told your husband, but you told Ms. Heard that you're incorrect. That is not correct.
your testimony today under oath that you did not tell your husband that you were going to be conducting the examination?
That is my testimony.
You don't play, man. Pussycat ladies are trying to, she's on fire. She's in heat.
Let's go to page 306.
Like she spoke to the husband or something. I guess you guys would have both listened. Like she was speaking with the husband. I'm not sure about it. I think otherwise.
So the question that was asked was, because you brought muffins, you said from your husband, right? You gave those to Missouri, correct?
May I clarify what occurred so that we can stop talking about the muffins? What happened was that I was getting ready that morning. I frequently bring muffins to the office. My husband did happen to know that there was going to be a celebrity client coming in, because on the mornings that occurs, which often occurs, we have to actually clear the office and move the staff to the other office. So yes, on the one hand, he was aware that I was getting ready. I asked him to go to the bakery near our house and pick up the muffins for me because I was running late. He often has to do that because I often do run late. He brought the muffins back to the house. I brought them into the office. Miss Hurd and I enjoyed the muffins together. I think I made a comment to her along the lines like, we can thank my husband. My husband got these for us today, meaning he purchased the muffins. We are now enjoying them because of him.
If you did not find something that would be to Ms. Hurd, you would be an expert.
Patient is to the court as to the fact finder. I present science regardless of what that science may be. Now, in a case, about that, and I discuss that with you.
I'm asking you a question. I'd like you to try to answer
Okay.
my question. You understand that if you found favorably to Ms. Hurd and negatively to Mr. Depp, you wouldn't be here, right? You wouldn't be testifying. No, okay, sorry. In fact, Ms. Pennington testified that she hit Ms. Hurd, and in response to that, she can't recall that Ms. Hurd either pushed or slapped her, correct?
I don't recall.
That's a pretty important distinction, don't you think?
My recollection is that there was some sort of violence both ways in the relationship. Either way, it seemed that both of them might have been unstable. I'm only evaluating this first.
So now we have an evaluation of Rocky Pennington.
No, I just said that that was not relevant to my opinion because I'm only evaluating this first.
When you testified to that undirected, that was a fact, right?
Yes?
Okay. Well, wouldn't it make a big difference if Amber struck first or just responded back?
Given the dynamic, not necessarily. No, it would not have.
So now you're an expert on Rocky Pennington and her dynamics with Amber Hurd. Do you recall Dr. Cowan testifying that he received a text message contemporaneous that Johnny did a number on me tonight. I'm safe in my support tonight, but I need some real help. Do you remember him testifying to that?
I don't remember the testimony, but I do remember seeing that text message as one of the exhibits.
And do you remember Dr. Cowan testifying that on another occasion, Amber sent him a text, Johnny beat me up pretty good last night? End of quote.
Again,
Not in this instance. She's in the line and she was away. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess. Thank you, Your Honor. I didn't need to argue that hard, I guess.
this time it appears to be a veteran actor in the industry. It looks like things might not be going so well. Using her almost their entire marriage, but the actress also claims that he also accused her of having multiple affairs on different occasions. While speaking about her ex-husband's accusation, she said, "He accused me of having affairs with each of my co-stars, and the movie stars like Kelly Gardner, the Aquaman actress said. He also added that Depp had accused her of having an affair with Leonardo DiCaprio after she went auditions. He would taught me about it, especially when he was drunk or high and had derogatory nicknames for every one of my male co-stars he considered a sexual threat. Heard continued. Leonardo DiCaprio was Pumpkinhead. Channing Tatum was Vegeta. Heard had already turned in details of she claimed the Pirates of the Caribbean actor assaulted her, all of which Depp has completely denied. However, the actor seemed to be convinced he's lying and has even given a detailed description of his alleged violence and threats. He had a violent and dark way of speaking. They talked about a relationship being better alive and telling me that that's the only way out of the relationship. The way he would describe what he wanted to do to me if I left him or hurt him. For example, carving my face up so bad no one would want me, she stated. He demeaned me anytime I tried to wear anything that could be seen as sexy, calling me a whore, slut, fame-hungry, and an attention whore. It got worse over time. He started saying things like, well, I'm going to have to watch you get raped, and I hope you get railed by a bunch of effing fellas. Sometimes he used racial epithets about the man I would be or deserve to be assaulted by. Even despite all of this intensity in the court hearings, the Justice League star is trying not to let the legal drama and hate get to her, a source told Us Weekly exclusively. They said she's been surrounding herself with loved ones and close friends who she trusts and trying to do normal activities like getting together for dinner safely. Expectedly, her attorney also confirmed her story, stating that Depp is an abuser and he wouldn't be getting off the hook because of his fame this time. The evidence in this case is clear. Johnny Depp repeatedly beat Amber Heard. The increasingly desperate attempts by Mr. Depp and his enablers to revive his career by intimidating baseless litigation against so many people once close to him, his former lawyers, former managers, and his former spouse are not fooling anyone, in the words of Heard's attorney Eric George in a statement to Us. In light of important work done by the Time's Up movement highlighting the tactic abusers use to continue to traumatize survivors, neither the creative community nor the public will be gaslit by Mr. Depp's baseless. While Heard has repeatedly admitted in court that Depp repeatedly said and did unspeakable things to her during their marriage, Depp's exes other of his kids have come out with a completely different story about their time with him. A writer who happened to have been in a 4-year relationship with the actor recently spoke about her time with Depp in a court document obtained by several news outlets. She started out by mentioning the piles of allegations made against her ex, saying that she didn't see him in that light at all. I knew Johnny very well years ago. We were together at the couple. I counted him as my best friend and as close to me as a family, writer said. I count our relationship as one of the more significant relationships of my life. The Stranger Things actress continued. I understand it's important that I speak from my own experience as I obviously was not there during his marriage to Amber, but from my experience, which was so wildly different, I was absolutely shocked, confused, and upset when I heard the accusations against him. The idea that he is an incredibly violent person is the furthest thing from the Johnny I knew and loved, the actress said. I can't wrap my head around these accusations. He was never violent towards me. He was never abusive at all towards me. He has never been violent or abusive towards anybody I've seen. I truly and honestly only know him as a really good man, an incredibly loving, extremely caring guy who is also so very protective of me and the people that he loved. I felt so very safe with him. I don't want to call anyone a liar, but from my experience of Johnny, it's impossible to believe that such horrific allegations are true. I find it extremely upsetting knowing him as I do, she added. While Ryder obviously had a lot to say about her ex's character from when they were together, she wasn't the only one with a mouthful of descriptions on her ex as a partner. French model and veteran actress Vanessa Paradis also happened to have been with Depp and even had some of his kids had a few words herself. In a similar court statement that was obtained by a couple of news outlets, she said, I have known Johnny for more than 25 years. We've been partners for 14 years and we raised our 2 children together. Through all these years, I've known Johnny to be kind, attentive, generous, and a non-violent person and father. On movie sets, the actors, directors, and entire crew adore him because he's humble and respectful to everyone, as well as being one of the best actors we've seen. Parodies continued. I am aware of the allegations which Amber Heard has publicly accused Johnny of for more than 4 years now. This is nothing like the true Johnny I have known, and from my personal experience of many years, I can say he was never violent or abusive to me. I have seen that these outrageous statements statements have been really distressing and also caused damage to his career because unfortunately people have gone on believing these false facts. This is so upsetting as he's helped so many persons in his personal and professional life with kindness and generosity. Expectedly, the recent development caused quite the stir online, with several fans dropping their 2 cents on the subject from diverse perspectives, starting with one user who wrote, "My 2 cents. As a grad student studying technology, children of abusive parents often find themselves in relationships with abusive partners, the depth of which I will leave aside for sake of appointed time, and are far more likely to stay and deal with it. Couple the 2 things together, and he is quite the case for abusive behavior, not to mention abused on a multitude of levels." Someone else also added that apparently when the couple's therapy got heated, he would try to leave, and she would sometimes attack him as a result. That may not 100% be accurate, as I would like to think that only happened once before the therapist stepped in and gave a sworn statement that the bitch was crazy and abusive, but who knows with confidentiality rules. So while everyone has been totally focused on the possibility of whether or not Deb was being abused, he had been gathering a series of evidence that has come out with proof that his ex-wife was indeed unfaithful. On this subject, Deb has come forward with a videotape proving that Heard was having late-night meetings with both James Franco and Elon Musk. To further the evidence, there are moments in the elevator footage where the actress doesn't have clothes and she is only covered with a blanket. She shows physical affection to Musk and does the same with Franco, but mildly. And this new evidence proves that Heard was unfaithful to Deb, and with this, most of her other accusations too would probably go down the drain. However, Deb and his team still need to prove to the jury that this is just one among a plethora of things that Heard has lied about. But until that time, we're just going to have to sit through the proceedings and hope that justice prevails in the end, even if that means Amber Heard wins the case. Tell us, who do you think has the upper hand at the moment? And that's where we'll call it a day. See you on the next one.
My world of Hollywood has come to edge. And there is still more to go. It has to do with her talent or lack thereof. Meghan Markle is said to be planning to move from California to New York City in an effort to score herself a career like Angelina Jolie and Mark Clooney. Meghan and husband Prince Harry have failed to find a place within California's celeb circles, and after getting frozen out of Hollywood, are looking to now settle in NYC by this summer. The source claims that the couple have set their sights on Midtown Manhattan because they want to dig into the political and philanthropical side of things. To be honest, they failed to break into any Hollywood circles. They had hoped to become part of the elite, with friends such as Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, his wife, the Spielbergs, the Obamas and the Clooney's, but they can't seem to get a foot in the door. The same Bernie went on to share that the couple isn't missing from A-list events and dinners by choice. They thought the invites would come thick and fast when they moved to California, but the truth is, they've ended up being quite isolated. Philanthropy and politics. They're both keen to get more involved, as well as attending East Coast. Meghan sees herself as the next Angelina Jolie or Amal Clooney. Amal started her legal career in New York, while Angelina was a fixture in the city as she established herself as a goodwill ambassador. So, this, on top of the obvious social benefits and tax breaks in New York, makes moving there a no-brainer. Plus, it's a short hop to Washington, D.C., which is great for me. Harry loved the cut and thrust of Manhattan. They always come back from there buzzing off the energy and raving about how great the vibe is, especially Harry, who finds it a lot like fun. By the time she met Harry, she had been in Hollywood almost 20 years. Meghan's only significant role was on Suits, where she played Rachel Zinn, a biracial lawyer with a black father and a white mother. Trevor knew Megan's acting career wasn't going well and Megan using the men in her life. As a Hollywood producer, Trevor had to deal with numerous people. Not to mention, his then wife was reportedly constantly pissed at him for not agreeing to come with her in his films. He knew she didn't possess the acting talent for bigger projects. Another theory is he didn't want to favor her over anyone else auditioning. More drama has unfolded regarding the Duke and Duchess of Sussex's trip to the Netherlands. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have had to re-establish their lives since leaving the royal family, and while they want the 2022 Invictus Games to be a huge stepping stone for them, they're also concerned. However, Di Davis, who was previously in charge of royal protection at Scotland Yard, believes that Prince Harry is worried over nothing. Most of them now don't get full-time protection or even half-time protection, so help the royal family's secure. That, once again, Harry has offered to bring his own security team to Europe. The truth is, continued Davis, I have no doubt that he will be protected, whether he takes his own team or whether the Dutch authorities give him some kind of VIP status. Furthermore, it is custom for the Dutch royal family to host other royals, but that may not be the case for the Duke and Duchess of Sussex. Instead of staying with King Willem-Alexander and Queen Maxima, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle may have to, instead, stay in a hotel. Not getting to meet with the Netherlands royal family may prove to be a big blow to the Sussexes. Time will tell. Biographer Duncan Larkham says Harry's latest interview shows he's struggling with his new life in America with Meghan. Duncan says, while Harry is claiming he's happy in his new life, his face looked totally at odds with what he was saying. He seemed bitter and empty. I imagine anyone watching who used to know him will be worried about him after that interview. He just seemed desperate to justify his betrayal and convince the world, and himself, that it was worth it and he's now happy. I imagine Meghan's really happy, but Harry looks more lost than ever. According to former Vanity Fair editor Tim Brown, it's been times for both sides playing Harry and Meghan. So many have been leaving the royal family because they are addicted to drama. She said the couple made bad choices and could have left the royal family on far better terms if they weren't as hot-headed. Ms. Brown also labelled Harry a very dangerous man. How Harry's advisors always thought he would leave. She said she was told it was because he was so fragile, so combustible. He was so unhappy. Frankly, in the constraint.
Her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait I don't hesitate, I don't wait to justify taking work by saying, well, I'm supporting my parents, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my...
Jay, you open your eyes, boom, be thankful, sugar and starch in this body. It's easy to get into, but hard to get out of. What? Trouble.
Oh, I see.
Sneakers.
Oh my god.
I heard that one before. I was stupid. Hear about that kid happened. No, what happened? He woke up. My wife asked me to stop singing Wonderwall. Guess what I said? What? I said, maybe.
You know that song, right?
No.
Oh my god.
What's that? I'm gonna get roasted. What's the difference between a lentil and a chickpea? What? I've never had a lentil on my chest. That's all, dude. Hey, what's 72? What? 69 and 3 people watching.
I didn't hear it because I was still thinking about the legend.
Yeah, me too. I didn't get that one. That guy that ever farts in public? No. Private computer.
Oh my god, he's a friend.
Good one. Dude, you hear about that circus fire? No. It was intense.
What do you hear?
Why is sex like a card game? Why? Because if you don't have a good partner, you better have a good hand.
Oh my god.
There's no witch wear panties. Why? So she can grip the broomstick. What? Dude, what kind of key opens a banana? What? A monkey.
Oh my god.
What do you call your grandma on speed dial? What? Instagram.
Check out one more tree official.
Underscore official, y'all.
Underscore official, excuse me. For more funny jokes with Sayu. That's so funny how he walks down the stairs.
Yo, I was expecting him one time, y'all, to just like tunnel in there. And he was walking. Oh, he did?
Yeah.
I must have looked at you and I missed it.
Yeah, when he had that.
What's up? Hello. Not much. Did some thresh stuff, and then some other stuff, and some NAR stuff, and I don't know. League ended up maybe like I skipped 2 ranks for some reason, so like it had me in silver 2, and then instead of ranking me up to silver 1, it just put me in gold 4. So now I'm with gold 4 people, but they're even more toxic. So now it's just, but I don't know. At least there's actual like teams. I was messing around with Thresh because here's my thing, okay? If I play a support or just any champion in general, if you use stopwatch, right? Like there's so many games that I have like stopwatch outplays, and it really like helps snowball the match because the stopwatch it saves my life and then it lets us get a double kill or something. But then, there's only 2 items that you can build with the stopwatch. So it's probably better just to sell it after you use it, but then that kind of seems like a waste. But then, you know, if I want to go like tankier Thresh, then I have to go Resolve Tree. And then if I go Resolve Tree, then I have to decide between like Inspiration and Domination because zombie wards and stuff seem like that's pretty much that feels like a support needs to have zombie awards. That's what I feel like. But then like Thresh also is really good with like Hex Flash. So there is that as well. Yeah. I could go Glacial, but Glacial, you're less tanky in lane, and also like I feel like the support items are just weak. I don't know. Like even if I oh, you're one of those people. Damn. I don't know, words and stuff maybe, but Ash's little arrow flicker thing is just annoying because it seems like no matter what you do, it hits your ass. I don't know, but yeah, it's annoying. I ain't gonna say Ash support is the best. I mean, it's decent, but it's kind of like I don't know because she has perma slow, but she's basically like a short range caster. Well, I mean, she has the stun and she has slows and she has like the ward, like the vision check, which is all really nice. But I don't know if you get behind with her, it it's very easy to just kind of like if you have a Zed or if you have like a Pike or anything that can grab a hold of her. But yeah, that's my toss up though. I've been building like so I built support items for the longest time. I've been doing like locket and redemption and stuff. But I don't feel tanky when I build them. Like I feel it's like okay, but I don't like just beef tank through shit like I think I should. And building tank items, I mean, your team doesn't do as well because you're not going to be giving them like all a 300 shield or anything. But for some reason, when you build tank items, it doesn't seem like you make as much gold. Like the cost for like a tank like glacial gauntlets like 2,800. Locket is 26, but just that extra 200. I mean, it just seems like you don't really make the money a difference though. But I kind of like the whole like if you build a locket and you have that resolve trait that lets you get extra HP, and then you build a Warmog second item, and then you can just kind of regen all your HP every time that you do a trade or anything. But it's more or less just it lets you tank turrets earlier. I think you just cut out. You disconnect or maybe. So you're breaking out really bad. Like yeah, like you're talking and I hear like a word and then it just stops and then you come back. And that just takes time. Like yeah, I just unlock them with the chests. Like I don't buy skins hardly anymore, but unlock them with the chests. I mean, it'll show up eventually, maybe. But yeah, Thresh, you just gotta play him. Like he's usually pretty good. But honestly, like the best version of Thresh that I like playing that nobody else does is Guardian. And you max W and you just run Guardian, and then you give your ADC a bunch of shield. So, because like I don't know what it is now, but the cooldown used to be like 4 seconds or something once you had items, and so you can just toss like a 300 or 400 shield onto your ADC every few seconds, and it lets them be more mobile. But maxing Q is what most people do, and I mean it does allow you to hook people a lot better. So, but Talking about this Vixen chick. It's weird her name is Ash. It's not exactly a common name, and it just happens to be a league character. Oh, that makes more sense. Can't wait for like the next generation to have kids, and then it's always going to be video game characters or anime. Yeah. I still want to do like Maximus, like from Gladiator. Yeah. Just get rid of my whole last name and make it. But Poppy Shock. But yeah. I guess I'm probably about to start working again. I got an email today, so. But if it's what they say, it's gonna be like Monday through Thursday, 12 hours, so like 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. So yeah, so I probably won't ever get to see y'all guys except for like weekends. But I was kind of interested. You work where? Mm, yeah, I saw a deal today where there was like some chick and it was like her. She was talking and her sons were there or whatever, and she used to be a nurse or doctor or something and work like crazy hours, and then she made an OnlyFans and she's making like 25 or not 25, 250,000 a month just with the OnlyFans. Crazy. But yeah. I was actually pretty shocked that they did 12-hour shifts 4 days a week because I thought it was going to be like 4 10s, but 4 12s. I mean, it's like 48 hours. It's like basically 50 hours a week. So you'd be getting an extra 10 hours without really working longer. Sandra, like laning against her? You're playing her? Why? Yeah. Yeah, she used to be. I stopped playing her though just because there's just eventually you'll run into mages that just kind of dumpster you. Like she has a really long range and stuff, but I like Azir and all that much better. But I don't remember what skill you max, but her balls you can poke with them pretty good, and then you like put your balls on the ground. When you ult, if you have more balls on the ground, it'll put more into your ult, make it do more damage. And she has like bonus damage or whatever. What I always thought though was that they should have gave Vigar's ability to stack AP onto Syndra because her lore is like she's supposed to be like a infinite power person. Like her castle and stuff, she keeps floating in the air with her power. Like while she's doing all this other shit, she just has like her power just holding stuff and doing shit. It's just like, but yeah, she can be really strong. See, my thing with her is like most people they do like uh they'll do like their Q procs, so like Q and they'll like W toss slow then Q, but they'll like basically if you Q and then you throw out your stun all the time, like it can be kind of easy to dodge sometimes. And she has a lot more utility than just that long range stun. But if you're good at landing it, you can do a lot of damage without really getting harassed at all. But if you do like 2 or 3 Qs and then like you get good at throwing out multiple Qs with her stun and stuff, like that's what really makes her where she can be really good. Where a lot of people they'll do like a Q and then they'll stun somebody and then they'll Q W and then they'll alt or whatever. Uh Sometimes like when you're in a team fight, you can just like throw out a couple Qs and then use your ult on somebody who's like coming towards you and then use your fucking stun and all those balls will just fucking stun everybody. That's pretty good. But yeah. Her thing was to me it was just she's pretty damn good, but once you play like Zerath or something, like she can't hardly do shit. Yeah, like Zerath just outranges her, Lux outranges her. Um so like when you play against those champions, like even like a Nivea, it's really fucking hard to do anything like once they get going because you just can't get close enough. And then uh her peel like she can hit a stun, but like if you go against like a Fizz or something, if you fuck up your stun, then like you're dead. And then like I don't know, I really like Azir. That's just my main caster now. Yeah, yeah, because he's like I like him. Like if I had to pick my favorite champions in League, I like champions that have versatility. Like Azir, he can do burst damage, or he can do DPS, or you can even build him like kind of beefy with HP. Um, you can peel. Like he's one of the few mages that has a peel. Like he can just throw people off of him, but it's also an engage where he can set something up to, for your team. He has a long Q pokes. He has like the 3 soldiers. He gets the attack speed buff. He can summon passive turrets. Like he has a pretty decent shield on his E. But like that's part of the reason why I like Thresh and stuff so much too, because Thresh is a really versatile support where it's like the better you get at doing random shit, the better the champion becomes. And I kind of like Gnar for the same reason because Gnar's ranged, but he's also melee, but he also has like HP shred, but he also LeBlanc. I'll tell you what I saw today that fucked people up was it was like a tank Diana. She built a Nashor's tooth and then she built tank and she was fucking people up and I was like, oh shit. Hmm. Corky's kind of like Azir. Like he has a lot of stuff like that. He's just not as good, I don't think. Hmm.
But yeah, here's something that no guy likes at all. When like a girl's on top right before they like shove the dick in them. Again, I know that's not the best way to say it, but believe it or not, I've tried 5 other ways and shoved the dick in them one by like a landslide. So just imagine how horrible the other 4 were, right? Suddenly it's better. So yeah, when they're on top and they're about to slam it up there. See? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. So when you're on top, you're about to shove the dick in you. Some girls, most usually they just start sliding on top of the dicks before they put it up there. They're just like, yeah, you like this? No, we don't. It fucking hurts a lot. Stop doing that, every girl ever. Please, just put it in there, please. It hurts so fucking bad. It hurts, because you shave or you don't. Either way, you're all prickly down there, right? And then you just start like rubbing that against our bare little dicks. This shit hurts. You're like, oh, you like that? I'm like, no. Have you ever gotten an Indian burn? Because that's what it feels like. It feels like you're my mom's weird friend that would do that when she wasn't around. Yeah, everybody remembers that weird friend, right? Everybody go upstairs and you'd be like, hey, kid, you ever get an Indian burn? And then you'd be like, no. And at first you'd be like, cool. And then you're like, hey, stop, mister.
I was not like good enough. I was fucked up. I was addicted to porn. I know, $1 billion industry, just me, right? I was addicted to porn, I was 15 minutes late everywhere. I got some witnesses. And when you watch too much porn, you know what happens? Here's what happens. You become like sexually autistic. You develop like sexual autism. You have a hard time with eye contact, verbal cues. You want everything to be routine. Like you can't choke your woman every night. You gotta mix it up. Choke out Thursday. And what happens to you watch too much porn, you get desensitized. So when you start watching porn, like any porn, then later on, now you're all fucked up. And you need a perfect porn cocktail to get you off. No? I was so fucked up, like I need an Asian girl with a black girl's ass that speaks Spanish. Just to get my dick to do an itch. I'm good now. I had to go to rehab, get the porn patch. I'm better now. Ladies, take care of your man. Fellas, take care of your wife. Take care of her. She will leave you. She will leave you either physically or mentally. A woman can leave you mentally. That's right, like Star Trek. Tell us that. There's guys that think they're with their wife right now. No, maybe she left you months ago.
I avoid touching their dick. At the end of the day, I always keep my hands up here because I'm just like trying to figure out if I want to touch their dick or not. But I'm just keeping them up here and kind of keeping my space because I haven't decided. Maybe I do want to touch your dick. I don't know yet. I'm trying to figure it out. It's always between do I go home with him or go home and eat? Like that's usually kind of the battle in a woman's mind. Especially me, like if I'm nervous about a date, I usually haven't like eaten enough that day because I'm scared we're gonna have sex and I don't want to fart during it. So I'm like just like so I'm starving at this point. I'm just gonna go. But sometimes they get frustrated and they're like, maybe she doesn't know I'm hard. I think that sometimes you guys are like, maybe she doesn't know. So they'll take your hand and kind of Helen Keller you, like, hey, I'm hard. And you're like, oh, thank you, Papa. Like I don't know why Papa. That doesn't really fit either scenario. We have fun. It's like, I don't have to do anything. Because if you don't touch, you can just kind of go, good night, and like float away in a toadstool and like go home and eat in bed. But then if you touch it, you either have to do something to it or you have to tell him that you don't want to do anything with it at this point, right? And that can be like, you're just like, I just steady and decided to fuck it himself, you know? Kind of took over and treated my head like a birdhouse. That's how I got through it, is pretending I'm a birdhouse. I have no rhythm. I have no natural rhythm. And so I actually was like, thank you, take the wheel. I don't know what you want. I just don't have a good sense of rhythm. I may be able to show you a good time if you have like a metronome on your nightstand, but it's just not. Most girls do not like when you grab their head and just hold it and fuck it. But I truly appreciate the gesture, and because then I can focus on what I'm actually good at, which is going to be surviving this blowjob, because my breathing is now up to you, good sir. You don't seem to understand that I can't breathe when your dick is in my head. So I hope you let me get a couple gasps in here and there. I always feel like I'm lost at sea when I'm sucking dick, and I'm just like emerging like Coast Guard and just getting sucked back under. I gotta time them perfectly. And I'm good at breathing during blowjobs because I didn't know guys didn't know we couldn't breathe. But we can't breathe when your dick is in our head. We can't breathe when your dick is in our head. I have to get it through to you. I know you think we can because of our nose. You're like, your nostrils don't have dicks in them. But clearly, it's an open passage. It's only way to stop girls breathing. Let me tell you, from within, I don't know what's happening, but when the dick's in your head, you can't breathe through your nose. You can't. It's like an inside job. I can't explain, but it's all getting clogged. It doesn't take a big dick. It doesn't take deep throat. It's just all. It's rarely deep throat, by the way. I just want to briefly tell you that when you think, I don't know, sometimes you just go take it. You know, you jam it. And it's not like drain snaking its way gently down our esophagus, like boom, 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 like a boomerang of a lady going down a water slide. Like, oh, so fun. Easy does it. No, it's jamming into the, it's crumbling into our soft palate. I'm like, does he know this is a cul-de-sac? Like, there's no way through. Drive like your kid live here. And take it slow, dude. I can throw my pussy out everywhere. I got it. I do. I throw it out. Let me tell you something. I like to get drunk. I do. I drink, you know, and I like to keep with my friends. I drink, and you know, and people go, "Oh, this is fine. She's a big girl. It's all right. She's a big girl. Oh, wait, she's all right." And it's like, no, I'm not right. I have like one Heineken. I'm selling my pussy on for 5 cents. So I get drunk, and I can't hold my liquor, and then I drunk with my ex-boyfriend. Which I told my girlfriends not to let me do that. You know, we all, as women, make a pact with our friends. We're like, listen, girl, you know what the deal is. Don't let me call this motherfucker. I hate him. Right? And you go, like, under no circumstance, let me call this motherfucker. I'm serious. Like, girl, don't. And your friends like, no, girl, promise. Like, we're not going to take your phone. And then you fucking, fuck you, bitch. Fuck you, you got a fucking man. I got 20 niggas. Fuck him. You got some shit. You're pregnant. You know, like, you've been drinking. You can tell it's all. You know, I get angry, and then you call, and then you remember
Said, you know, you need to get up and go home. I said, bitch, I am home. I said, okay, I guess I'll stay with you, Jeff. Shit on that shit. Now, don't ask me, what can I do to make you have sex more? I said, leave town. Don't open it on their roof. Can't have it if I think you're going to catch a bitch.
sides, there are over 1,000 enemy combatants. As Roy is hearing this distressing transmission come across the radio, he hears overhead the sound of incoming helicopters. And he looks and he sees there's 3 birds that are coming towards their base. And so he runs over to the landing zone to greet the helicopters as they come in. And you can see as they're landing, they are all completely covered in bullet holes. And as soon as they touch down, Roy runs up to one of the door gunners, which is this 19 kid who looks kind of dazed, and asks him, what's going on? Where'd you guys just come from? Were you out there at that ambush site? Do you know what's going on with that 12-man team? And the door gunner just collapses into Roy's arms and dies. He had been shot up. These 3 helicopters had attempted previously to fly into the jungle and save that 12-man team, but they had been shot up. They helped him. He had Hilo, and then he turned to the pilot of this Hilo where the door gunner was, and he asked him, are you going to go back out there and try to save those guys? And the pilot was obviously so distraught that he stopped and immediately volunteers, hops the Hilo, and they head out to rescue this 12-man team. So not only are there only 2 of them, but Roy was so eager to volunteer himself, he forgot his gun. So all he had on him was his knife and some medical supplies. Nonetheless, the pilot keeps running towards the ambush site in Cambodia. There was this really dense stretch of jungle, and as they got closer and closer, the fires were coming out of the jungle. So the pilot once that 6 seconds being shot down, he noticed there was smoke coming out of the jungle. It's very clear that the 12-man team is trying to signal to the Hilo, here we are, come get us. And so the pilot tried to fly down and get as close as he could, but anytime he got even marginally close to this team, the rate of fire would pick up so dramatically that the Hilo was just about to get shot down. And so the pilot began to pray and told him, we can't get any closer. And as close as he can, jump out. The pilot turns in and he said, kill. And Roy somehow convinces this pilot that he alone, without a gun, is totally competent. So the pilot said, okay, and he lowered right over the canopy of this jungle. And without any hesitation, Roy just leaps off the helicopter into the jungle. No parachute, no gun, anything. Just crashing over the canopy onto the jungle. Surrounded by enemy combatants. So he plummets to the canopy, smashes on the ground, pops up, and starts running through the jungle. Enemies on either side of him towards the called Death Down team. And he was so surprised to see this American running through the middle of the jungle. He had doubled the weapon. They hesitated for a minute and they didn't open fire on him. But when they did open fire, Roy got shot in the face, in the back of the head, in the leg. They threw a grenade that detonated in his back, but none of it stopped Roy. He just kept on running until he made it to this downed 12-man team. He got to them. They were in terrible shape. They were doing their best to stay behind the trees. Now were coming in from all directions, and others that were still alive, critically. But it overall to each of the other team members, they kept more shots, and they had dragging each and every one away from the ambush site to this other area. And thereby clearing that he believed a helicopter could land in if the pilot was really daring. On one of Roy's last trips back to the ambush site to get the last few surviving members, he saw 2 other men who were part of his team that had been totally cut off from the main group. So without any hesitation, he grabbed a gun off the dead enemy soldiers and just began running towards this downed 2-man team. And as he's running, shooting wildly in every direction, trying his best to suppress enemy fire, but it's really doing nothing. He's just dodging bullets as he's running. A bullet went flying through his thigh, just clean through his thigh, and it didn't slow him down. He got to the 2-man team totally unfazed, and he says, okay, get ready to move. And so he stands up and continues to shoot in both directions until these 2 men get back over to the main group. Once they were safely with the group, Roy again ran the gauntlet all the way back to the main group. And so now that Roy had a full head count of all of the living members of the downed 12-man team, he threw a smoke grenade into the nearby clearing he had found in hopes that the Hilo pilot overhead would see the smoke and be willing to come down and land. Roy had not actually left the area, and so he saw the smoke, and without any hesitation, he flew right over, taking rounds the whole time, hanging off the side of his head. He touched down. So as the semi-able-bodied surviving members of this unit began making their way over to the helicopter, Roy began running around a little ways off from the helicopter and shooting back at the enemy, doing everything he can to try to protect the extract of his men behind him. And once Roy turned around and saw most of the men in the helicopter, Roy believed his chance now to run out and try to protect his dead teammates. And so Roy just takes off into the jungle, right into enemy fire. He's got 2 guns in his shot. And this time, to try to keep himself on his feet. As he's doing that, made him to trap body, knocking him unconscious. When he came to, he started looking around, and he could see in the tree line dozens of enemy soldiers running towards him. And so he knew if he tried to bring Leroy back to the chopper, that wasn't the mission. And so he had to leave his friend behind. He jumped up, and with all of these enemy combatants just constantly engaging him, he ran all the way back, zigging and zagging back to the main group. And when he got there, he found the helicopter had actually crashed onto the ground and was on fire. So taking shell. So but some of the men that had climbed on, the men that he had just rescued, they had survived the crash and subsequent explosion. And so Roy just back out, he picked up a gun to take it to engage the enemy, and then began picking up these wounded men and dragging them even farther away to another area that was safely away from this crash site. Because he knew if he didn't get all these people away from the crash site, pretty soon mortars are going to come raining down on this area. And so Roy finally gets all of the survivors over to this new area. He's looking around and he can see there are still hundreds of enemy fighters that are not that far away from them, just constantly engaging them. And Roy's doing his best to grab a gun, down, shoot the enemy. Those two men here, he's looking around at his team, and everybody's on the path. And he thinks to himself, the only way we can get out of this is if we call in what's called a danger close airstrike. And a danger close airstrike is when the controller tells the aircraft overhead, I want you to drop a bomb right here, giving them the grid coordinates. But where they're telling them to drop is basically in the same position where the controller is. You'd only do it if you're being overrun. It's a way to ensure your enemy gets taken out, even if that means taking yourself out. The goal of the controller is to get that airstrike as close as you can to your position without killing you. And so Roy, who's physically wrecked, he's getting shot at, pulls out his map, he calmly finds his grid coordinates, and he calls in a beautiful precision ACOM strike that does not affect his team at all. He calls in multiple gun runs, none of them affect his team. And so Roy just continuously called in attack run after attack run, but at some point, the aircraft overhead ran out of fuel and had to leave. And at that point, the surviving enemy combatants, which still numbered in the hundreds, they popped their heads up and they unleashed a hellacious volley of fire in which Roy again got shot clean through the leg. And so now Roy's looking around and he's realizing they're pretty much out of options. And so he calls to each of his surviving teammates and he gives them one last shot of morphine to at least make their death painless. And then at the 11th hour, he looked fire from the enemy, pushing them back. Roy is immediately integrated and he's potentially survive this. And so once again, he grabs his teammates and begins schlepping them over to the helicopter. And after he believed he got the last of them on board, he turned and saw two of his teammates had fallen down farther back in the jungle, and the enemy was looking in on them. So Roy, like always, without any hesitation, just starts running towards them. And as he's just about to reach them, an enemy soldier that had apparently run out of ammunition leapt out of the jungle and smashed Roy on the side of the head with their rifle butt. And so Roy falls to the ground, and the soldier jumps on top of him and smashes his face. And then the soldier turns his rifle around. There's a bayonet on the front side. He begins impaling Roy, and Roy, like out of a movie, grabbed the rifle, threw the soldier on the ground, jumped up, got on top of him, drew his Bowie knife, and proceeded to kill the soldier. And after he was done with that, he ran over to the two down men. He grabbed one of them with his left hand. He picked up a rifle with the other. And as he's dragging this guy back to the chopper, he shoots and kills two more enemy combatants. So he finally gets this guy back to the chopper. He runs back, gets the last guy, throws him back in the helicopter. And then finally, Roy is the very last living American to hop in the helicopter. And the helicopter takes off. On the helo ride back, Roy was in very rough shape. And so when they finally landed back at base and Roy was hauled off of this helicopter, he wasn't moving. And the doctors and nurses didn't really even know where to start with him. He had so many injuries. And so they started trying to treat him, but there was no heartbeat, no pulse. And so they declared him dead. Roy's body was moved into a body bag. And as the doctor was sitting up again, Roy spit in his face because Roy had no other way to communicate. And so unbelievably, Roy was still alive. And so they took him out of the body bag and did some surgery. And he was able to protect his hair. But it was immediately but the paperwork took a really long time, and so Roy was not actually given the Congressional Medal of Honor until 1981. Of the 12 men that were trapped in that jungle, 8 would survive, all I need babes. I need women. I need gorgeous, red-hot broads. You got me? Good. Sweet. Frank is here with the tunage. What do you got? Nickelback? You got me Nickelback? All right, fine. They'll do. Boys, get him in there.
Now I'm 6 feet on the edge and I'm thinking 6 feet is so far gone. Oh, now I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking he's so far down. Now 6 feet.
track you down. I will find you, and I will kill you.
You're the best feeling in the world. Money.
Number 10.
Yeah, I'm still curious to hear it.
People like you.
Ethereum in 5 years. Where is it?
I mean, hopefully running the metaverse.
So, in Vitalik Buterin, the 27-year-old billionaire founder of Ethereum, sees him ruling the metaverse. What does he think of Mark Zuckerberg and Meta?
Facebook's Mark Zuckerberg is
Mr. Wonderful here. Just say that anyone who suggests that gender has no reference whatsoever to biology is not connected in any
Waiting in the waiting room. There's no chance of not waiting. That's the name of the room. Then they call you. You get very excited when they call you because you think now you're going to see the doctor. But you're not. Now you're going into the next smaller waiting room. But I hate the extra wait, so maybe I'll start screwing around with some of his stuff. You know? Maybe I'll turn that thing up a little bit. Whatever the hell that does. Take all the time presses out, lick them all, put them all down.
Yeah! That joke does not age well with code.
No, it's not either.
When was the last? Everyone is watching Depp and Heard's second court battle. It's much more resonant than the first one. Then, back in 2019, Heard accused Depp of being transient when under the influence of substances. Johnny lost, but he's back again. This time, he's trying to prove Heard was not much of a victim. He showed a video that proves she's been cheating. It might show Johnny suffered much more than Amber. During court, Depp was asked about a heated argument with Heard regarding her relationship with James Franco. Amber and Franco filmed a movie together. Amber's character was a love interest of Franco's. They had a couple of kissing scenes, and Johnny felt really insecure about it.
And you suspected that Amber was having an affair with James Franco, correct? That was the reason for your argument. Yeah, yes.
Later, Johnny's side presented video proof. Here's Amber and James in an elevator together. An elevator that's located in Depp's penthouse. You can see how Amber moves very close to Franco, and they kind of try to hide from the camera. Then Franco puts his head on her shoulder. It might not look like a lot, but here's the thing. Back in 2016, another guy was seen in the same spot. Billionaire Elon Musk and Heard also used the same elevator. The building concierge even wrote in a sworn statement that he saw Musk a few times a week late at night. He also mentioned Musk would always visit when Mr. Depp was not at home. Amber, of course, denied it all. And it later turned out Musk and Heard were in fact dating. Now, this elevator scene makes more sense, right? In an audio played in court, Johnny admitted he always felt jealous and angry about her movie partners.
Jealous. Right.
It's safe to assume a lot of their fights were based on jealousy. And how can they not be? There are always rumors about an affair whenever Amber does a movie with someone. The very first one was actually Depp himself as the ex-couple met on the set of The Rum Diary. Then it was Jason Momoa from Aquaman. Many people were sure they were together, as Amber visibly flirted with him in interviews. And now there is a video of her and Franco. It's clear why Depp never felt sure in their relationship. Moreover, new information about their life together makes it seem like Amber was just taking advantage of Depp.
When did you start getting introduced to Miss Heard's friends after you started your relationship with her?
Almost immediately. Well, in fact, immediately, yeah.
And right after that, her friends and family occupied the houses of Johnny Depp. The first one was Amber's sister, Whitney.
I can't remember why she needed a place, but she needed a place, so we gave her a penthouse to live in.
How long did she live there for?
Boy, on and off for, I suppose, a couple of years.
You might think Whitney must have paid a little something. In fact, no.
How much rent did you charge her?
Nothing.
But that's a sister. That's basically his family, too. But then came Amber's friends. First one was Io Tillett.
He was ready. I had a house on one of my suites, or one of the houses
rent did you charge to Io?
That's already a little bit suspicious. But okay, maybe that's a really close friend. But then there was another acquaintance. Rocky Pennington visited one of the penthouses and stayed.
How long did Miss Pennington end up staying in the penthouses? And how much rent did you charge to Miss Pennington?
Nothing. And yet again, she did not pay a dime. Moreover, she was living there with her fiancé. And that's just a short list off the top of Depp's head. Hard to imagine how much more was actually going on. Judging from what we see in court, Johnny actually seems like a bigger victim. Almost the whole world sided with him. And even though he lost the first trial, we're sure the truth will prevail and justice will find its way. Who do you think is right or wrong? He may be, without a doubt, the worst pirate you've ever heard of. But Johnny Depp has made $650 million since the release of the first Pirates of the Caribbean movie. The only problem is he's lost $550 million of it. From his current lawsuit with former wife Amber Heard to his absolutely extravagant lifestyle, this is how Johnny Depp lost $500 million. Johnny Depp and Amber Heard met back in 2011 on the set of the film Rum Diary, which they both starred in. They wouldn't be married until 2015 and divorced just a few years later. Depp brought a $50 million defamation suit against Heard in March 2019 after she published an op-ed in the Washington Post revealing alleged details from their private life. Depp said he was dropped from his role in the Disney Pirates of the Caribbean franchise just days after the article was published, and was later removed from Fantastic Beasts, further damaging his career. His agent testified that he lost at least $22.5 million by missing out on the new Pirates movie. Heard has a $100 million countersuit ready to go after this trial. When the two divorced, Depp had to pay Heard $70 million. But this isn't how Johnny Depp lost the majority of his fortune. Most of his lost millions are from outrageous expenditures and allegations of mismanagement and fraud against his former business manager. Although the trial is highly public right now, the biggest blow to Depp was when he claimed he lost a majority of the $650 million he made during his career because of alleged mismanagement from his business partners. Depp pointed to the $100 million in back taxes he owed as an example. He sued his former management team for $25 million and settled in 2018. His managers argue that it was Depp's outrageous spending that caused the star to lose millions, and they might have a point. Today, he owns 5 houses in the Hollywood Hills. These homes are collectively worth about $19 million. He has sold 2 of his 5 penthouse lofts in the Eastern Columbia building in downtown LA for $5.6 million. And the other 3 are worth roughly $6.5 million. He also owns an island in the Bahamas, a horse farm in Kentucky, and a hamlet in France. All told, his properties are worth over $100 million. But that's not all. He pays roughly $2.6 million annually for his 40-person staff, $150,000 per month on bodyguards, and $200,000 per month on private jet travel. He has paid millions for his art collection, like $620,000 for 2 Lenore mini paintings. He bought his yacht Amphitrite for $10 million and spent another $8 million renovating the vessel. It cost him $350,000 to maintain his yacht and another $30,000 to stock his wine cellar per month. The star also has luxury cars. Like any Hollywood great, Depp owns a Rolls-Royce Wraith, which costs $330,000. A Porsche 911 for $140,000. And he was gifted a 9 build and pay down. But instead of downsizing, Depp has sought out multi-million-dollar paydays to keep up his way of life. Depp's breakout role was on the TV series 21 Jump Street in 1987, and he was paid a reported $45,000 per episode. But soon, his salary reached millions. In 1995, he earned $5 million for Pick of Time. He earned another $5 million in 1997 for Donnie Brasco. For his first appearance in Jack Sparrow, Johnny earned $10 million. His salary for the second pirate $20 million. That hit an additional
$1 million worldwide. That's betting on yourself and win. Here's $15 for Rough Diary, $7.5 million for Rango, $18 million for Charlie the Chocolate Factory, and $20 million for The Tourist. In 2020, Johnny was paid $16 million to appear in the third installment of the Fantastic Beasts series. His contract required Warner Bros. To pay him regardless of any circumstance. So when they ended up firing him in the wake of the Amber Heard lawsuit, Depp still earned $16 million for only filming one scene. I want that job. His current net worth is a reported $100 million, which is a far cry from the $650 million he has earned over his career. Johnny Depp used to be one of the highest paid actors ever, but now, due to his recent controversies and out of control spending, Depp is having to scale back his life a little. With the $1 million paychecks not coming in like they used to, Depp is trying to revive his career and return to superstardom. So, take it away. I mean, you wrote some news this weekend. I got to a lot of fun after your newspaper, but it is odd.
Yeah, it really is quite odd, especially for somebody who identifies themselves on social media as a journalist. So Eve Barlow is a woman who has arrived, or at least did arrive at the courthouse each day last week with Amber Heard riding in her vehicle, and she was actually seated in the front row that is reserved for members of Amber Heard's legal team. Well, after this whole dust-up with Gina Deuters last week, there was like a commotion in the courtroom, and we really didn't know what was going on because all of the lawyers were up at the bench with Judge Escarati, and we're all thinking to ourselves, okay, so what is going on here? Well, it turns out that the reason that the judge even asked Gina Deuters about whether or not she had been watching the trial was because Eve Barlow, according to what we've learned.
If you're in here, I forgot I was in this Discord, so you might want to like leave if you're about to do something weird.
But also from an order that the judge issued, Eve Barlow actually was in the courtroom.
Yeah, I didn't know if you could hear me or not.
She was tweeting and she was texting, and she apparently handed her cell
I'm just
phone
saying.
to Amber Heard's lawyer while Gina Deuters was on the
Yeah,
stand.
someone was here. I actually forgot that I was in here. We were talking earlier, but he kept cutting out.
She passed her phone to the lawyer, Ben Rockmore, who then approached the
But yeah,
judge and showed them an Instagram post that
just been playing the day and doing business emails. So I figure out my work schedule and stuff this week. So I guess I'm gonna be working. I guess it's 4 days a week, but it's 12-hour shifts, so I'm getting like 50 hours in 4 days, which is kind of interesting. I'm sure it'll be decent. Either way, I just need the money. So, as long can't build a future without money. Yeah. Technically, if I would have sold my stocks off before the stock market jumped, I could have probably just lived like I am now for a couple of years. Oh, God, what was it? Yeah. No, I just when it started happening, I decided I wasn't going to, and I was just gonna hold on to them. And I don't really lose the money until I sell it, so just wait for it to go back up. Buy some more before it goes back up. Because right now, like things that were like $100 are like $10. Like, there was stuff that was like 20 or 30 that's like $1 something right now. Yeah, I just need the money to buy them. So that's what the job's for. Yeah. And then when it goes back up, I'll probably sell them off and then use that to buy another house. Yeah, game plan anyway.
So a short time passes, the testimony resumes. They start playing Dr. Kipper's videotape testimony.
Been watching a lot of this Johnny Depp trial stuff.
She's got her cell phone out. The deputy takes her out of the courtroom. Two other deputies are with them. Then, whatever happens out in the hallway. She comes back in as
It's all right considering that I went through something that was kind of crazy like that at work, and it kind of ruined my work career. I think it's good to have some light shined on the possibility that girls can do harm to guys. But
we started doing some digging. We started looking around, trying to find out why. Nobody would tell us. Well, then on Saturday morning, I found out. This is why. And so, if you're a member of the general public or a reporter or anyone,
well, that's the
the only thing you can have,
thing right now
right?
is it's only just been their word. Like you've never had to. Like all it takes is someone saying that you did something, and it's just fucking done. No one ever investigates. Like if you have a job, you'll literally just be fired. They'll tell everyone that you did some shit and to stay away from you. If you, I've seen people that are like, I don't know, because these things with like abuse stuff where it's like a guy snaps at some point, you know, but you can give someone enough mental stress, like just years and years and years of mental stress and like just calling names or whatever the hell else, and then just eventually the dude's gonna snap. And like, at what point, you know, should there be like someone in the middle being like, hey, we need a timeout on this, like she needs to stop before something happens, because there's a lot of married couples. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. What I've noticed is that even the bigger companies around here, it's just the people don't inform you about that kind of stuff. And they bend the like it seems like every job, every business that I've been around, they always kind of bend the rules. They bend their policies. They just do stuff until they get caught. And like it doesn't really mesh well with my moral code, but if you try to bring anything up, they just fucking hate you. Like cuz you're just making more drama for them. It's like back when I came home from college and I worked at a Walmart store, I was going to work on my social skills. They always do. Like we have a tourist, like people come and it's a tourist attraction down here. They go to the waterfall and stuff, and like the lakes and all that. So people camp, and the Walmart over there has always said that like there's rules where like people can't bring back their camping stuff or whatever because they just go there for a day and then they come and bring it back and get a refund. And then they pulled that on somebody that was there and ended up that person was like an executive from like California, and he got into their fucking ass about like what the policy was or whatever, and they walked back in their back office and then they came back out front and they're like, oh yeah, we can totally do that. Yeah, it is the policy. But then like as soon as that guy left, I mean nothing changed. Holy moly, I'm gonna die. Three-man top lane. No. Well, for me, like I was all for being a team player when I was there, and so I mean, she had kind of slowly told me things that made me think that she was in more harm's way than she really was. And then, yeah, but she was also like one of the only people that knew anything about the business. Like all the other managers and shit didn't know anything. It was crazy. And so like she was pretty vital for everything that was going on there. So that they're not going to get rid of her compared to me. Oh shit. That was a 5-man gank out of nowhere. Yeah. Someone, I don't know if y'all had one, but someone gave me a Minecraft world the other day that we could like play on. Yeah, I haven't checked it out yet. I don't know yet. He just like gave me the little link, but apparently it's only like him and that other chick in there right now. But he said he thought about like trying to put more people on it, and it's up to like 20 people or so far. So yeah, I was trying to get him to do some of those realism mods, but he's basically just doing it vanilla. He kind of put like a texture pack or something on it, but yeah. I was gonna send him my freaking. I have like a mod folder that I used when I did my server, and it made the game like super fucking crazy looking, but it made my computer run a little hot, to be honest. Yeah. Ooh. True. Yeah, that's kind of hard. Is that video games or something? Hmm. Yeah. True. Yeah. I used to always stay up too, but I don't know. Eventually, my parents got to where like they went to this thing called the dog trade. It's like I don't know, like a fair sort of thing or something. But we used to sell dogs and stuff there and make money off of our pets pretty much doing that. And we had to go like at 4 a.m. So if you go to bed earlier, yeah, but basically, I mean, it's just you could go to bed later or go to bed earlier, get up earlier, you know. So like instead of enjoying staying up all night, you enjoy getting up in the morning. And then later on, like once you're in school and stuff, like you'll start waking up. Like you have to go to school at 8, you know, the bus shows up at 6 or whatever. You're up at 4 or 5 a.m. You play a little bit and then you go to school. It helped a lot in college too. Like we had a was it Hell Week and stuff, so you'd have like a ton of physical activity for like a whole week straight, and you'd have to be up at like 4 a.m. But if you get up early, like a little bit beforehand, it goes a whole lot better. So you don't feel like crap when you go. Yeah, it kind of lets you warm up to it. Like it's like when you work a job. If you wake up every time right before you go to work, eventually you're like, I don't want to get up. You wake up and you're like, that's where you watch your TV series or you play your game or it's like, oh, I'll get up and play my game or whatever, and then okay, yeah, I guess I got to go to work today. Mm, yeah. Mm, yeah. I never really been much one for meds. Now when I need to go to sleep, I've got my diet so like fine tuned to a point now where it's like I don't know, I can like manipulate my body to do stuff just by like eating different things. So like um if I really want to go to bed or something, I can go cook like I don't know, like some eggs, just like some just regular eggs, and it makes me kind of drowsy where I can kind of go to bed. Well, eggs like yeah. Mm. Yeah, I mean, back when I just ate whatever I wanted all the time, I just never really had that much effect on me. But it's kind of like coffee doesn't really wake me up either, but eggs produce like remember, I guess help your body produce melatonin, which it's basically kind of yeah. I just tend to overthink a lot. That's just my thing. If I'm thinking all day, I don't really can't really go to sleep when I do that. Mm, yeah. See, I don't think those would be boring to me. So I mean, I doubt that would. It's kind of like if I watch TV or something. Like I'll just sit there and watch it, and I won't fall asleep. Like I'll randomly pass out eventually. But I grew up when I was in elementary school and stuff. They had like AR, so there's like a school library, and I read like every educational book I could find. And I used to watch documentaries and stuff all the time. So like anything that has like information, like I'll watch the hell out of it. It ain't gonna make me pass out. It's weird. My ex was like that too. It's the only reason we really got along, I guess. Kind of weird people. Mm. Oh, sounds like you need a monotone husband. Just have him talk to you. Mhm. Hmm. I don't really know on that. See, but like, do you mess with social media and stuff a lot? Like, you just flick through Facebook or whatever. You know, like flick through Facebook, like social media apps and all that, because like that stuff can keep you awake. Yeah. That's what it's for. Hmm. Man, I thought about building a Minecraft server in the past, basically because like a basic, I don't know what it was. It's like if you had a couple of people paying for a server, you can get a decent just server for like, I don't know. You could probably put like $10 a month together. I think they're, I don't know. I think like the cheapest servers are like $10, but for like a decent one, it's probably like 30 or 40. But if you get like 20 people on there, then it's like, I don't know, like a quarter or something a person a month. I had a guy that he went to college with me, but he paid for all of his college with a Minecraft server, and he didn't even like moderate it either. He just had like there was a whole bunch of people on there, and the people that just wanted the server to stay alive were keeping it together for him, and people donated money to like help the server, but it just went to him instead. But I mean, it's just everything was set up to go to his stuff, so yeah. I wish I could be good at making stuff online. I don't really. Everyone makes it seem like it's so easy to make money online. I just don't know. Like I would make an OnlyFans if I thought I could fucking make money at it. Might as well. But not a buff dude anymore. That's all right. Yeah. I saw a video today where it's like some mom and like her sons or something, and they were doing an interview where she was doing OnlyFans. She used to be a nurse or something, and she said she probably would never go back to nursing. But when she was talking about when she went for nursing, she was like, "Oh yeah, it's my dream job. I wish I could. I just wanted to help a whole bunch of people and all that." But then she was like, "Yeah, I'll never go back to nursing." But she was making like 250,000 a month from an OnlyFans. Like that's absurd money. I mean, they say technically you can just put whatever you want on there. Like, there's people that do like cooking and stuff too. But the thing that everyone talks about is more or less like feet pics and nudes and shit. It's just people dressing up in bikinis and stuff and flirting with people. There's like, I have a hard time getting a bunch of info on it because a lot of people I went to high school with say that they do it, and a few of them have like talked to me about it in the past. but I don't know. They all say they're in the top 10% of creators, and it makes me think that it's just bull. But it doesn't seem like they're not making money. Well, that's part of the issue with girls is they spend a whole lot. So even if the problem is that some of these people they might be able to do it, for a while till they're like 30 or 40, but some of them probably will lose all that uh before they even oh shit. They might lose all that before they even get to like 20 or whatever. So if you made 200 grand, right, like a month, I highly doubt, like, there might be girls that invest that, but they're going clubbing, they're buying clothes and jewelry and cars and talking shit to people. And then 10, 15 years down the road, if they don't make that much money anymore, then they don't have anything left besides going back to work. But there's also like this stigma because like half of the guys, pretty much like 90% of guys have issues with girls posting pictures or seeming like they're sleeping around with a bunch of guys. And there's this, like it's the same thing for like dancers, like strippers and stuff. Like even if they don't do it, people just assume that they do. But then some people are like, oh no, because like the newer generations, like I don't know exactly what everyone's mindset is, but I know a lot of people like I went to school with. A lot of them are like poly or like they've at least like been with each other. It's just kind of I don't know if it's necessarily if they have the same standards as everyone used to have, but I think it would probably still bother some guys. Get them some milk. I don't know if that warm milk thing works though, but it's a sign of a healthy relationship. My thing is like I don't Yeah. No, I think it's more like I feel like if people are in a really serious relationship that's going to last long term, that's probably more or less what people are like. Like they don't want to have anything that could possibly mess it up. But I think these people that get into relationships just to like feel good or they don't really care so much. But I don't know. I mean, hell, they got oh shit. Yeah. I don't understand Mormons. That's like they have like I guess like it's Mormons and like people in the like Middle East, so they have like 5 or 12 wives or whatever. Like I get that y'all could get along, but I don't understand. It. Hmm. Yeah, but like I guess that makes sense. Seems more like huh. Hmm. Yeah. I mean technically, I mean you could say any religion's a cult though if you really wanted to. But, you know. Yeah, but you could I don't know. That's it's hard because like I understand like a bunch of religions and stuff and like the base of it's all fine. Like being nice to people and karma and everything else, like all those they seem to be in line and it seems like a good thing to have just for society in general. But I, yeah. Yep. Yeah. That makes me really worry about our future though, because there isn't a whole lot of that going around these days, and the few that actually do have it get pretty much thrown out from everywhere. Everyone's going to be against them, but I don't know. Stuff's just weird. No matter like how you think about stuff, it's just weird. Like you're religious, you're gonna pray and all that stuff. It's good. You want to have the good mojo. If you're not religious, you just go and do whatever you do. There's so many different things that people do all the time. It's we're just weird people. Like you're married, you're in a relationship with somebody, and then like nowadays people don't like being bored, but they don't like socializing. But then they want attention and they want fun, exciting stuff and instant gratification. And you're gonna marry somebody because like society told you like you're supposed to marry people, but like in the past, even religious people like didn't necessarily get married all the time. Like weddings weren't every day like for people just to have a wedding. It was like rich people had weddings, and then eventually everyone else wanted a wedding. So now it's just like a thing where everyone has to have a wedding. But you're gonna, however long, like 20, 40, 80 years, and you just got two people that are just together. And eventually, like, you're going to get bored at some point, I would assume. And it's just, but then if you don't do that, then you're all by yourself. You have all those internal struggles where it's like you're gonna be fighting yourself in your head all day, unless you're just like a player. Then at that point, you would think you would get hollow at some point. Like, what's the point of it all? But yeah, yeah, yeah. I think marriage is a little bit almost too risky to actually do these days. Like when I was raised, I always thought like, you love one person, you're gonna be with that one person forever, and y'all fight the world together, and that's all like it was. So like when I had my first relationship, I was like all in, like, and then when we ended up breaking up eventually, like I still have a hard time thinking about doing anything else with another person. Like, cause in the back of my head, I'm like, true love is supposed to be, you find the one and that is the person, and you say that you love them, then there is no other person. So if you go back out there, it's like you lie to yourself. Like you're either going to lie to them, you're going to tell another person that you love them, but you've already loved another person, or you were lying in the first place and then you actually find somebody that you love, and it's I don't know, that's just a big toss up. But with marriage now, it's like 80%, or it's like I don't know, like 60 to 80% of all of them like end in divorce. 70% of that is started by the women in the marriage, and you have a wedding, which everyone wants a big fancy wedding, so then you're going to be in debt to pay for a wedding. Yeah. Well, it's like if you're in a relationship and like say you like just you had a house and y'all both been living there for like 20 years and then all of a sudden y'all get a divorce. Well, now people are going to they're either going to want you to sell the house because they want their money or they don't want you living there. So they're going to like try to split everything right down the middle. So it's like 20 years of progress just down the drain where it's like, I don't know, they could have like come to an agreement where it's like, hey, neither of us can live here. We could rent it out, split the profits from the rent, and then so many years sell it or something. I don't like something a little bit less violent than just like give me half of everything. And then it's like, how do you like? They're not going to be keeping track of everything that they buy because like people aren't going to keep receipts and all that when you so. If they help you buy a car, you're not going to be able to like be like, oh, they helped me bought the car, or if like you bought yourself a car or yourself a dress, and then you get in a divorce, and then all of a sudden you got to get rid of it. It just seems like way too much. Yeah. Here's another thing. Huh. That's interesting. Here's another thing though. Okay, so you get into like so. All right, if you're dating somebody, all right, like I don't know exactly how this works with a house because when I was, with someone, I was in college. So if so, basically, like when they come over to your dorm room or you go to her house or whatever, it's just it's your space. Like they never really say anything about it, right? It's not a big deal. But like when you're married, like it seems like especially girls nowadays, they want everything now. I think this is part of the reason why girls like older guys, like the younger ones like older guys, is because I mean they probably already have a house, they have money, they have the nice car and all that shit. And as soon as you date them, like you can be like, oh yeah, all this shit's mine too. But like houses, I've noticed that girls want really houses and stuff like their very first house. Like they're willing to go get $3,000 loans for a house and then go pay, 1,200 and mortgage or whatever every month. Where it's like you can get a decent house. Like you don't have to be in a giant house or like your whole life. Like there's a small little joy that you get out of the simple things where you work your way up from the ground up. You can get a small little house, not being save up enough money, and you buy a slightly bigger house, or you make your house bigger, and it just progresses. But it seems like they're willing to just kind of push everything to get that end goal faster, even if you have to work like a ton to get it. Like I don't know, like it's kind of a toss up. I only say this because like one of my sisters, yeah, but it also makes them look bad if they're in like a smaller house or in worse clothes or what. It's like their personal image. That's like, yeah. And so you get the big house and the flashy cars and the clothes and the Instagram accounts, and they got to go on vacations and trips. And like if you don't do any of that for them, then they just want you gone. Like they don't care. But older guys like 30s and 40s, like they've gotten money, they've gotten sort of settled down. Now they're probably able to go on trips and stuff more. But even then, it's like it's not really the smartest move in the world. Like me personally, like I didn't do anything. For like all of my growing up, all the way into college and stuff, and then when I finally got into a relationship, the way I always thought about it was, once you found your person, then you experience everything that's out there. But like she had already eaten at a bunch of restaurants, did beauty pageants, did MMA fighting, went to plays and stuff. I actually figured out that I really enjoyed plays. Like I would never in a thousand years would I would have been like, oh, I'm gonna go watch people stand on a stage and run around in costumes. But it was actually better than a movie because they had a bunch of unpredictable stuff that you don't really get in movies. But but the thing is, like, girls by the time I even got to where I ate at one restaurant outside of my house, like they had already eaten like every restaurant before they were out of high school. And then like they're going on trips and stuff when they're 18, 20 and stuff. They got families and like older dudes and stuff paying for trips for them. Like by the time I actually get to the point where I'm going on trips and everything else, like I can't share the experience with them anymore because they've already did it. And then the only way for me to actually do that then is to find somebody that's younger, probably isn't even fucking born yet, which just sounds weird. Like, I, yeah, that's how it all works. Like every marriage that I've seen around here, they're all 10 years apart or something. Um, as soon as I turned 19, because I used to help people all the time, I help them with their relationship problems and all that. I gave people rides once, and I just turned 19 and they were like 16 or something. And I got hella in trouble for it and they called the cops on me and shit. But it was everyone at the job site. We were going to go eat at a Pizza Hut and we didn't have enough like room in some of the cars. So there's like we piled up in like 3 or 4 different cars and we're all going. But I got in trouble because I was over age and everyone else I went to school with hadn't turned 19 yet. So uh but then like now I was on the police force and stuff. My assistant chief was the guy who got me in trouble for that. And he has had like 4 or 5 wives. He's like 40, I don't know, 40 or something years old. And he is with like an 18-year-old now. And it's yeah, but they don't no one bats an eye about it. But for me it's like that still seems off, but like it's just age of consent and that's all that matters to everybody. So it isn't really that people are young, it's just that stigma because like they said California changed theirs to like the age of consent was like 14 or 16 or something over there now. I think 14 is what they said, which is crazy to me. But then like our great grandmothers and stuff were probably getting married and shit at 14. Like my grandma, uh she ran away from home 15 or 16 and then she came down to Oklahoma and her husband got a ranch out here and stuff and they've been living here ever since. Like that's like I don't know, like you don't really see that anymore. Yeah. But does that mean they're more mature or no? That's like But you know, like the rebellious age and teenagers. So like that's probably about the same age that people were considered adults in the past. Like they were marrying not people off and everything back then. So that's yeah. No one probably cared back then either way. They're just drinking and doing whatever. But I think that's what a lot of people are missing now is that they don't know or they don't care to have that lifestyle anymore. Like none of them know what it is to eat like basic food or, grow stuff or anything else. They lack appreciation maybe. But there's more empathy in the city. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. I think my problem. Well, I mean, you don't socialize as much these days because everyone's just on social media. But I think part of the issue I had when I grew up here was that my upbringing was more like old school, like I don't know, grandparents raising you, and then church and all that. So when I went through school, like because we kind of live out in the country and stuff, like I just thought everyone was like churchy and stuff because they all went to church and stuff. But then like later on when I graduated, you figure out like, oh, these people were doing crazy shit in the church and in the movie theaters, and they were driving on back roads and drinking beer and taking shirts off and shit. And it's just like it's a weird because like you don't really fit in if you don't do that stuff here. And then when you get older, you don't you don't really mesh because you don't have the stories, because it's like they adapt as soon as they graduate and they get into the adult world. It's like they don't do that anymore. They're all mature, but they still have the stories that they can tell, which lets them become friends with people. So it's just it's a weird place to be, because I definitely, yeah, because everyone needs common ground. Like I have no common ground with anybody because I didn't do anything my whole life. But then now it's like if I talk about stuff that I experienced in college or anything, then people just think that I'm fucking nuts and crazy. Or like, because I really don't have any super crazy views on stuff or anything, but I mean, I kind of like to keep things where there's less drama. That's about it. But then somehow it creates more drama. Like I don't know. Well, no, it's kind of, it's like, eh, it's not really. I have a friend that wished he went to college, and I told him it really wasn't that big of a deal. Like you got a much bigger head start in life than I did by not going to college. But it's more or less like, so those people that I grew up with, like they did crazy shit in high school, and like I had girls and stuff that fought over me like senior year for like prom and all that, right? And they would always act like super churchy, and I never really knew they did anything crazy. Well, later on you learn like they actually were doing a bunch of crazy shit, right? So now they're in a relationship and they're doing all this stuff. And I've had people tell me like, "Oh yeah, like we've swapped wives or whatever with like somebody that I went to school with." Like it's like they were two friends in high school, and so they're still cool or whatever, and stuff happens. But like me, like I didn't do shit pretty much all the way through high school and stuff, so everyone already thought I was weird. And then when I went to college, like I was still playing sports and stuff. And when I got into my first relationship, it happened that she was kind of crazy, like she was did wild shit. And so like if I brought up any of that to them, even though they tell me wild shit, it doesn't work the same way, because it makes me seem like I'm like a super freak compared to them, because theirs was like childhood crazy shit and my stuff is like college crazy shit. It's like, I don't know. It doesn't really make any sense, but Yeah. I think too is like if I wouldn't have got, because the only reason I ended up in a relationship in the first place when I was there was because like generally I'd been 100% focused on my sports and education, but uh I had an injury like an ACL surgery and stuff, and I'd been through like physical therapy and stuff like a whole bunch like throughout my whole career of sports, and like I just realized when I was in there that I was by myself. I had to like I had like 2 different physical therapies I had to do, and it was like middle of winter. I couldn't hardly walk. I was on crutches, and I couldn't drive because it was my right leg, and I couldn't like push the gas pedal and shit. So I'd have to like crunch 4 blocks or whatever away from the college to go to a physical therapy place in the middle of winter, and then like in the afternoon, I would have to go and do physical therapy inside the actual college uh, health sports science place. But there was a girl that was in there too that when I the first year, like my freshman year, when I was in college, I used to bring like a chessboard um into the cafeteria and try to play chess with people. And she was like a chick that had talked to me when I first went there to play. And basically, I beat her ass at chess with no mercy, and she was trying to flirt, but uh, I just beat her ass at chess, and I didn't really say anything to her because I didn't really talk. But it's just the fact that I was in there and like everyone that was injured, like they had family or they had girlfriends, they had, people that they could talk to when they're going through their shit. And then I'm just in my corner doing my exercises and like, and so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go on a limb and just go for it because there was somebody that I'd met. And then people got me to download Tinder. And it so happened that I like matched with the same person. But if I wouldn't have actually like gotten into that relationship, I probably would have did a lot more crazy shit in college when I got to that point, because I've noticed like when you are in a relationship, especially one where like you're really happy, because for me like I was super fucking energetic about it, like probably the happiest I've ever been like my whole life, like constantly 24/7 just like oozing like dopamine. It was crazy. I couldn't hardly sleep over it. But I noticed like as soon as that happened, like every fuck like I was going out a lot more because she was making me go out places a lot, but so many more people were talking to me all the fucking time. Like it's just all the freshman chicks, all of the senior chicks that like were like crazy, everyone. It's just like, and there's a lot of shit that happened in college that I never took a part of, and I don't know if it was worth it or not. Like, I don't want to risk catching some shit. Like, I don't really want a disease, and I don't really need a kid back then, most definitely. But like now, I'm kind of like, it would be like if I had a kid, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Like, I don't like. I'm not a like the number of people. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad parent. I wouldn't think. I mean, but I didn't really get the college experience, and then the education didn't really do shit, and then I pretty much put my work life like 6 years down the drain. But now that you're out of school, like there's nowhere to meet people. You can't talk. You can't even look at people at work because it just doesn't end well, even if they are talking to you. And then uh, people are on social media, but social media isn't a system made for guys to find people. Even dating apps aren't really made for guys to find people. So just like that 1% of guy that's going to be on social media or a Tinder app is going to be the 1% that all the girls want to talk to. So whereas like 80% of the girls that are on there are going to be getting messages from everybody that can possibly talk to them. So you're kind of broken down to talking to people either online or in person. But if you talk to them in person, I mean, most of them are very shy and they don't really talk to you people in person, or they're just on social media and then they're also like they want everything perfectly. They want you to talk to them the way they want to be talked to without them having to tell you anything. They want you to make the moves, but then they don't want you to make the wrong moves because then that's bad. So just and there's a lot of signs that you can actually look for, but it's just a whole lot. There's a whole lot of drama there. Yeah. S- So, but here's well, yeah, and like nobody's at the library, but here's my thing with that. Okay, so if I go to the movie theater, okay, how do you just randomly talk to somebody at a movie theater? You basically have to, yeah, you basically have to go there and then just have to go off the vibe of somebody like looking at you some certain way or playing with their hair or some bullshit, and then you have to try and come up with some conversation piece or some sort of corny joke that makes them laugh enough to like actually talk to you, and then you're at a movie theater and then you can watch movies for free online at your house. And then like when you're at a bowling alley, like personally I like bowling and I like skating and all that stuff, but I don't do anything by myself. Like I'm not going to randomly from my house be like, "Oh, I want to go bowl." It's like if I had somebody to go bowl with me, like, "Hey, let's go bowl." And let's like all the time I'd be fucking on it. But it, it's the same sort of thing where it's like if I go bowl, it's going to be me sitting there rolling a bowling ball by myself, trying to get a strike. And then what? There's gonna be another group of random people bowling. I'm gonna interrupt their bowling day to go and talk to somebody. Like it's just doesn't seem like a good. Same thing with like the gyms. Like there's people at the gym, and they might throw a hint or whatever at you, but it's the gym. It's not a dating service. Like people are there to work out. Yeah. See, but this is where the stuff gets really kind of. This is where things that like are I understand them and they're really simple in general, and I could make myself do it, but part of me doesn't want to because it's when you say like go out and get a coffee or eat or something. The hey, I was like telling you before, like I didn't go out to eat places and stuff when I grew up. So for me, all of that was something I was going to save for the person that I get married to. And so when people try to do that stuff, it's like all right, you're gonna ask them to go eat, which shouldn't be a big deal. But in my head, it's like I go and eat at a restaurant I've never been before, and then the next time I go with like the person that I actually like, it's not gonna be like, oh man, this place was fucking awesome. It's gonna be like, yeah, I'll get a number two, and it's just not special enough for me because I'm kind of like a helpless romantic on the inside, but some sort of mutated, mute, giant ogre guy on the outside. It's weird. True. Yeah. It's been kind of an interesting process. I mean, I can do it. I just part of it too is that I just don't want to use people as well. And that's something I've always kind of thought, but I don't know. Now that I'm getting older, I'm thinking about just saying fuck it, and I'm just gonna go find people that want to actually hang out and see what happens. But it's I don't really know at this point. Uh, my best is not finding somebody that's gonna like fuck up my whole life for no reason. That's probably the low case fear that I have because when I actually don't give a fuck, it's really easy for people to come up and talk to me, and like I've had that sort of thing before. But the issue is that I feel like I work like I think I operate the best when I have a sort of kind of dominant girlfriend, I think, because I've been with coaches and stuff my whole life where like people have always told me what to do, but I don't like being like I don't like feeling like I'm on a leash either. So you can't just like boss me around, but like I'll do stuff for people. But like yeah, like my ex, she was like I came up with like the whole thing of asking her out and all that the first day. And I was trying to take her bowling, but then it ended up she was just like, "How about a movie tonight?" And then things just happened. Like it progressed like immediately after that, and then we just figured out that we had a whole bunch of stuff in common afterwards. And then like a week later, she was like, "Your girlfriend," and then I was like, "Oh, I guess we're dating now," and I agree. Whereas like normally, like if I don't really care and I don't talk a whole lot because I didn't talk a lot until after my breakup. When I first go places, people are really interested with me and they like how honest I am and stuff all the time. But I know how much that can wear people out, like go really thin pretty quickly. Because no one really likes honest people that much. And then those people like they'll approach you, but then they want you to like it's like they're assertive for like the first 10 seconds, but then like you have like a minimum of like a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks to make some sort of move. And if you don't, then it's just gonna die out. But for me, it's like I don't care enough to make a move. Like I don't have any ulterior motive. When like if a girl comes up to me, is like, "Oh, let's," because I've had this happen too. Like they'll be like, "Oh, let's be friends," and I'm like, "I don't have friends. I like friend like the title friend like was always like a big thing for me. It's someone that I can rely on, and then like people just want me to say friends. Like why can't we just be acquaintances or people who talk?" And some people take that as like, "Oh, he's a dick" or whatever, and then they don't want to talk to you. And other people are like, "Oh, I want to be your friend," and they'll just push the issue for like months. But then like eventually you're like, okay, yeah, well, let's be friends. And then they'll progress the conversation to like oh shit. They'll progress the conversation to something that's gonna be sexual probably in nature. And then later on, like they either will cut you off or they'll just act like you're super crazy because they talk to you about personal shit. And then I'm like, okay, I talked to them about personal shit and now I can talk about my personal shit because I just went through some shit and I thought that was supposed to be how friendships work. But that's not what they mean. Like you're not supposed to tell them your shit. You're supposed to be like the mysterious person. Like you got to lure them in. Like if you want to keep someone or you want to like attract somebody, it's a mind game. It isn't. It's not what you think it is all the time. Like you can't be like 100% honest. You can't tell them everything. You can't be. share your emotions with everybody. It's a 24/7 of like, you can't send messages too fast. You can't have too big of messages because, they're not going to read all of it. They're just going to like skim it, and then they're going to put something like huh, and then it's just going to throw everything off. You got to have that kind of tension. You got to build the tension. You can't just go and say something. You got to go up to them, and then you got to like not be like overly cocky, but you got to have your mojo going to where they just naturally assume that you're some sort of dominant person, and then it kind of draws them in, and then you got to wait for them to start doing some flirty shit to like try and get your attention, but then you can't instantly act on it. You got to act like you notice, and then you got to pull back on it, and then make them sort of come more. And it's like, when it really comes down to it, it's just I know how to do it, but I just don't care. And I don't I mean, it's not a I mean, technically no reason, but I don't want to play with someone's emotions. I don't want to someone to think that I'm gonna marry them, and then I'm not, because I will know, like, literally within like a week, like just talking to somebody, like I can get a really good sense of what their intentions are, what kind of person they are, and I will flat out tell them. If they asked me, I would flat out tell them what I thought. But 90% of them aren't gonna do that, and then it's just but that's a lot of work for the possibility of getting to know somebody to then turn them down. And then if you do turn them down, they're either going to get super obsessive or they're going to get fucking pissed. And that's just so I mean it's a lot of drama. And the big payoff here is that the only difference here's part of the reason why I don't like the friend title. Now I'm just thinking about, hey, let's toss the friend title out, because I'm a adult and I don't meet people, so my friend title's pretty much useless anyway. So yeah, everyone's just friends. But it's I lost my train of thought, but um it's well, the thing is, like, they want to be your friend, but if you try to just be a friend, because basically I'm very good with rules is my thing. I like so if you tell me like to watch out for something, or like if you so like with my ex, like I gave her back massages and stuff, like, and foot massages and stuff all the time. And technically, I mean, she probably wanted sex more than I actually gave her when we were together. But the thing was is that like I could do it at any point for her as long as she wanted. Like I could do it multiple times in a row. I could go all night if she really wanted to. But the thing is like you don't when I'm happy, I don't really think about it that much. Like I realized once I got into a relationship that when you're in a real relationship, you don't really think about it. You're just in the moment 24/7, like. And when you get into like these friendship things, they want to be friends and they want to just like talk and stuff, but that's not really what it is. Like if you try to be a friend, they're not going to stay around. The only way that you can get them to stay around is to actually just sleep with them. And but then they get addicted to it. It's like well, the thing is that it becomes I don't really know how to explain it. It becomes more like in my head it becomes more of manipulation. I feel like I'm manipulating somebody to get something. But on the other hand, it's like I'm also a pretty responsible person, I would think. And I'm not really an asshole. So I mean, on the other hand, I could perfectly fine be a gigolo and just be like, okay, it's they need something done and I can do it. You know, they want that perfect romance kind of thing that's not super I can do that, but I don't want to manipulate people. And it's like any impulse. Okay, so anything that a person naturally has as an impulse, my whole life, for me, I have fought and found a way to take control of it. So food cravings, exercise, like all that kind of stuff, like becoming like not being able to control your emotion. Like it's all things that like I personally have tried to develop in myself to be able to manage all these things and control it. But I see other people, so it's like you talk to them, and like I can see the dopamine response or whatever, right? And like their pupils are dilating, and then like I understand that in their mind, like what they're thinking, and they're going with the flow, but it's they're not. They're just it's just a natural response. They're not like controlling it. So if I know that I can personally manipulate that in everybody that I talk to, and I see that it starts happening, I don't like that because I think it's manipulation. So I try and break that wall down. So if I see that they're starting to get like lured in, I'll be like, all right, step back a second. Let's talk about this. And I'll try to break down the steps. And that's where I really fuck up because that's where people think you're crazy. But I don't like the thinking that I'm manipulating somebody to get something because I really like it just bugs me. That's about it. But real I try not to be, okay? But mo most guys they just do whatever. They don't think about it, and it works out fine for them. But yeah, maybe. But I mean, it can also just be honesty isn't like another thing too, because it's like if yeah, well, yeah, but it's kind of like so like when me and my ex first started talking, it wasn't like I knew that she had liked me, but I wasn't overly critical like I am sort of now. And so I let things naturally progress and then ended up becoming a relationship and that relationship lasted a long time. But it's if I would have went through the same thing with her, actually I think no, I actually did. So the first night I actually made her take a step back and talk to me about stuff before it actually went down. And she's the only person that I've actually met that was able to do that. Like she knew what she wanted when she first happened. At when we first started talking to each other, we were friends with benefits, but it only lasted like like 3 or 4 days before she wanted to be my girlfriend. But the first night, we basically like stuff started going down that road, and then we took a break because like she was just kind of wanting fun, and we talked to each other, and then we realized we had a bunch in common, and we had some ground rules that she put down. Okay, because that's the stuff that I do is like I ask the questions. You're honest with me. I'm building the rule set in my head about like what's a yes and what's a no about what's going on. And like that's the stuff that other people can't handle. So if I don't want to feel like I'm manipulating you, but if I can get you into a conversation where it's like, okay, like you like me, I like you, we can like we can see how this plays out, right? So like now just tell me what exactly you're wanting, like what you're seeing to get out of this or whatever. And then if I agree, then I accept. But most people, they'll be like, I don't know, or they'll be like flirty with it. Like they'll try to like flirt with you and not give you a real answer. But like I require, like I need to know, like, is this going to be like, are you seriously trying to date me? Or you're just trying to get friends with benefits or anything else? Because as soon as it's set in stone, like that's what I'm locked down to. And it's just that's I don't really know if that's exactly how the best way to describe it, but yeah. I don't want them to waste their future either. Yeah. But I also think that I'm like, yeah, I think I'm the most like as crazy as I seem though. Like when people talk to me and they think I'm just a crazy guy for talking like this, I think I'm probably the most reasonable person around in like the general sense because it's like most people that I see they get in a relationship or whatever, they're good, they may be friends afterwards, but like they break up, they have to move to different houses or whatever and all that. For like me, like if we're in a relationship, if at any point that you're not happy or whatever, like all you have to do is tell me and we'll try to find a solution. If it doesn't involve me, like I'm still on board with it. Like that's how simple I am, cause like it's basically if I'm in a relationship with you, I basically have put myself to your future. Like however it ends up, like good or bad for me, like I'm trying to get them ahead as best I can. So if it involves another dude, if it involves moving to a different place, if we broke up and like I don't want to just kick you out on the street, I'm not gonna be an asshole about it. Like you could still stay and we could just not see each other or whatever. I'm still gonna talk to you. It's not gonna be a big deal. But like that kind of stuff creeps people out, I think. Like I don't I it's basically like I thought that was what adults were supposed to do, but that's not what any adult does. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that is definitely a big point because thinking kind of destroys attraction. But um yeah, but I'm pretty much I don't think there's much of that around here though. I don't really feel like leaving right now. Run into a lot of baby mamas around here. That's something I figured out. But they're all like I have 5 kids and I require you make $2,100 and you will treat me like a queen and I don't like bullshit and I am the best thing ever. And I'm like, I don't even know you and I feel like you're attacking me out of no. Yeah. Like how do you have 5 kids and not have a serious relationship? That just seems a little yeah. But I mean, even then, like they have so many options, birth control and everything else. Like I don't Kegels. Yeah, but even then, I would say I know most guys don't do this, but like before I actually got in a relationship, I was super fucking stressed about being the perfect man. Okay, and so like I went and studied Kegels and stuff for a long time, and eventually like I think I basically made myself numb because I think I took most of like the enjoyment out of sex out of it for me. But I feel like most guys, probably girls as well, could benefit from doing stuff like that, but none of them do. Because like I don't I don't know. They don't teach you that in sex ed class, but it definitely should be because I don't know if you've ever tried it, but like you can have even as a dude, you can have basically what feels like an orgasm without ejaculating. And then there's other stuff like so even if you're not going to use protection, right? First off, apparently you can't get pregnant from pre-cum. But if you have stuff left like cuz dudes are dirty and they don't wash their shit, it can like 3 days or whatever. Like it could still be on the surface and that's pretty much where you can get like those surprise pregnancies from. But even if they don't do Kegels or whatever, apparently like probably most girls aren't going to do it, but if they're paying attention, first off, I mean the guy could just pace themselves. Okay. You know, you start feeling it, you stop or something. It probably be kind of awkward for girls, but I don't know. You got to practice with your dude or something. Do something. But the other thing is like apparently the balls retract. So if a girl can grab and keep them from retracting, apparently that does a similar thing. Personally, I've never tried that, but apparently that's a thing to where it makes it to where they can't eject. It's kind of like a cock ring. I don't know if you ever like. Yeah. Anyway, but I got introduced to all that shit when I was with my ex. Like she's basically the sum of my knowledge when it comes to like toys and shit. But um, the Kegel stuff I think is pretty beneficial just in general, and definitely people should do that more. But no one's going to. Yeah. Teachers are pretty awkward. Some awkward stuff though is like so sex ed in high school. Part of it was they had some weird stuff on there in general, but there was one day where like she gave us flashcards and they stuck one girl up at the front of the class, which happens to be one of the girls that kind of slept around with a few people. But then all the dudes in the class had to walk up to her and read their card, and because we had like a like co-ed sex ed class because we're a poor school, and like there's people like asking her to date, but like telling her that they had HIV and shit. And then mine was the asking her to date thing, but I'm like a virgin, and like all that stuff was like the most awkward shit ever. But then when I got to college, it's like my first or second year in college, we had a psych class. You had to go to like psych, I don't know, like psych one or whatever the fuck it was. And there's like this blonde teacher lady in there. And like one of the first days in class, she was like asking stuff about people or whatever. And you had to like raise your hand when she said like your month or something like that, when you were born. And it was going through, and I kind of stopped paying attention because I don't know what I was doing. But then she like said mine, which is I was the only Leo in the whole class, and basically like I kind of like flipped out and like raised my hand in the air real quick because I kind of missed it. And then she is like doing that shit where it's like the Leo like likes to get their ego stroked and all kinds. And I was like, oh shit. But then like as soon as the class started, she basically was like, okay, this is stuff that I don't really personally like talking about and blah blah blah, but we're gonna have to talk about sex. And then but it was a psych class and I don't understand why it was even involved. And then the whole class, like the whole semester, I swear to God, was nothing but this. Like she was talking about it every day. It was fucking weird. And like we went over some psych stuff like uh what was that experiment with the dog and like conditioning them to like like have saliva when they look at food and shit and hear a bell, you know. But I don't know, it's just weird stuff like that where it just like popped up and you have these like kind of socially awkward teachers. It's always like someone that's kind of socially awkward that's a girl that was probably like I don't know, like like super nerdy or something in school, and I guess never got out. But then they became a teacher. But then like they just when sex topics come up, they just like talk about it like super weird. But other than that, yeah, that's just weird teachers. But yeah. Oh yeah, that's probably true. Yeah. I guess that's true. That's if people talk to me about it. Like I'm pretty much an open book when people talk to me in general. I will say though that that does not fly so well in a working environment, even if everyone else is talking about it. But yeah, that's just in general. Yeah, that is definitely a big one. Yeah, because you can't really help that at all. But that's also part of like the whole consent and all that stuff too that you have to go through all the time. But even that doesn't really protect you. But it's better than nothing, I guess. But here's my thing too. Okay, so what is the limit? So as a guy, so you say that he likes experimenting with stuff. So what how do you draw the line? Like, what do you? Because guys are weird. Okay, let's just get this right. Okay? I think girls are probably weird, but I don't think you understand some of the fucked up shit some guys like think about. Like, I've been around plenty of dudes in my days, and some shit comes up. But if you're experimenting with stuff, like some things just I don't understand how necessarily it would be enjoyable for a girl. And I do understand some of like my ex, she liked like rough shit and stuff, and it took me a while to get used to that. But I understand like at some kind of primal level, the whole like punishment and not having power thing and like kind of give you sort of an adrenaline pump. Something that I probably would have wanted to try at some point because I played sports and that was pretty much the only time I could ever get an adrenaline pump was when I was getting fucking waylaid on a football field. But it's something that you lose. Like I can't go and get in gunfights every day. And it like or I go skydiving, so it's not like something you can have. But some stuff, so like cuffs and chains and all that stuff, not the hugest big deal. The choking thing, if you're not careful, it seems that you could hurt somebody because I almost cracked someone's windpipe in half. So like that was when I was first learning shit though. But you see some of these other things that people do. So they do the fuck like okay, so like getting completely like tied up compared to handcuffs. Like it's a slow progression, but you're going through all the effort to tie someone's whole body up and then they're not able to move. And like I get that like you don't have power, so it's kind of this whole domination thing on top of it can get a little excitement. But that seems like a really big stretch to completely make yourself 100% vulnerable being tied just seems like a kind of big stretch just for any person to do, even if you do have a safe word. And then if it goes to like, I mean, yeah, you have to have ground rules for everything, but see, but with all that though, like with the safe word and all that stuff going on, because like we had a safe word too, but my advice, don't use numbers. Um, the whole thing, like, do you not ever feel used at some point, or like, or do you just you you like that he's enjoying himself? Is that like, I don't really understand. Like, that's the thing that's kind of missing. Like, I could kind of get it, but it's like, well, yeah, it makes sense, yes, but like, trying to think about how to word this. It's well, well, I get that, but like, what? It's like, so it just seems like in my head, it might just be because like society has raised me to think that guys are just fucking monsters, but it makes me feel like the dude in a sex situation is using the girl more than the girl is using them, like, cuz he's like using your body, whereas like you're more or less like you're getting his body, but you're not like using it. And it seems like at some point a girl could feel used in a situation compared to, like a guy like. That's fair. I can only imagine. I can imagine like people around here for me just be like, okay, sit down. I'm gonna give you the guidelines real quick. I feel like that's just like that's stuff that just I just don't see it working well around here. But probably I'm gonna have to do it at some point because I think like right now, like yeah. Well, I did that at my workplace and it didn't turn out so well because I basically like when she had talked to me, uh, we talked in the park. Basically, like I had a college paper. First off, I was working there. As soon as I started working there, she was like talking to me and following me around and like pulling me off to places to like talk to me and teach me stuff. But I had a college paper where I had to like write something over a business person, and I didn't really want to go meet new people. And she had told me that she had been in like business and stuff in the past, and so like I did the paper on her. So we like my house is next to a park, and we're talking in the park, and I was writing all these notes and stuff down about her life and stuff for the paper, and she kept getting flirty, and then eventually like she was giving me like those kiss me eyes, and so I was asking her if that was what she was trying to do, and then she had said that uh, she thought I would never ask, And so I was like, all right, fuck it, and I did it. But when we talked like that first day, like I told her like as long as it stays out of work, I can give it a shot. And she seemed like she was like super relaxed for the most part. I mean, hell, she pulled her titties out like on a park bench, like in the middle of fucking nowhere. But um, it's like 3 or 4 days. Like we didn't do anything besides like talk pretty much for like 3 or 4 days. Uh, I don't, and like I asked her what she wanted, and she didn't tell me anything. She just kind of did that flirty "I don't know" thing, and basically like I'm supposed to do something. And I think that's where I'm fucking up at at the moment, is that I'm giving like once it comes to that tipping point, I'm giving all the power over to the girl and being like, okay, you're telling me what's going on, and I think that's where I'm kind of fucking that up. But as soon as it got, there's like rumors spreading around in work, like at day 4, and I basically like cut everything off that day, and that's where like stuff really hit the fan. So I think even if it does seem like it's still a risk no matter what, but I think, well, I think the next thing, like, if I'm never doing work shit again, like ever. More or less, that person was trying to get me to like rebound from my ex because she said I needed a real woman. But I think if I ever do any of this stuff again, it's basically I'm gonna have to set them down and I'm gonna have to lay down the ground rules for them, and that's basically where it's gonna have to start, and then they're gonna have to add on to it later because I don't I don't know if anyone around here is actually capable of having an actual conversation and like telling me exactly what's going on. So I'd probably have to just like the basics, like the drama, the work stuff, rules and stuff. You can tell me anything you want and talk about it and just like lay everything down. But I don't know exactly how well that's going to work out, but it'd be something to try, I guess. But yeah, 'cause then you're just too needy. Hmm. My main thing is that I like, from the gist of it, I just like having girls to talk to because I don't get along with guys very well, and I get more in common with girls than anything. Guys don't talk about stuff like this in general. Like it's literally like, what was it, like high school? I mean, they talked about girls in high school, but it wasn't like relationship stuff. I mean, if one of them was going through some like serious heartbreak shit, they might talk about it, but that was about it. Other than that, like you would randomly see them like looking at each other's nude collections, talking about cars, talking about sports, and like I didn't really fit into that crowd. Then they like drink and go to parties. But with girls, it was always like my sisters, like they had drama going on, like gossip and all that stuff. So it's like, but French tips, you learn about nails, braiding, all that stuff, girly shit. They got fun dances that they do. You like cooking. I mean, I like some good romantic cooking. No one really does that anymore because everyone goes out to eat. But like, that's probably one of my best memories with my ex. We were making brownies one day, and first off, I was right about the nuts. Okay, we're going to like a fancy party thing. Her friend like was doing a like Great Gatsby vibe, kind of fancy cutware and all that stuff, and we're making some brownies, and she she gets kind of like picky when she's like cooking stuff. But we're making these brownies, and I was like, these brownies would be really good with like nuts or whatever. And we only had like one egg beater, and so we're making like two batches of brownies right next to each other. and she doesn't want to give me the egg beater, and I'm like, I need the egg beater. And then we like uh are talking about adding these nuts and stuff to there, and end up like putting chocolate and stuff on her lips and all that, and like just like little stuff like that is like it's flirty and corny as hell, but it's just like, yeah, but like people don't do that here, and it's really weird. Like anything romance related, because part of it is like I really like giving gifts. I really like doing romantic stuff. I really want to be able to celebrate holidays, but when you talk to people, this is something that kind of confuses me a little bit because, like I've had someone talk to me and they basically asked me to dinner, and it was like a week before Valentine's Day, and and I decided to go, but they basically started just instant. Basically, the person's name was Felicia. She went to school with me like a while back. After the drama at work or whatever, she showed up like right before I ended up leaving, and she kept wanting to be my friend. Okay, and she was like, "Why didn't you talk to me in high school and stuff?" But she's like 2 grades older than me. Like that was fucking gonna happen. And basic. Well, I didn't talk to girls in general. That was like rules in my house. I wasn't allowed to talk to girls. I wasn't allowed to have friends. I wasn't supposed to be able to play sports. Yeah. But yeah. But she seems churchy. She acts like she's churchy and goes to church. But I don't really think she is because she has these weird tendencies that really give me vibes of like I think she likes flirting around and stuff. Maybe not necessarily having sex, but I don't really know. And there's this kind of guy named Tristan that basically he was a bully his whole lifetime in high school, and he didn't really get big when he got to high school. So he was a bully like elementary and stuff, but like when he got to high school, he wasn't big anymore, and I didn't really see him ever again. But he's always been an asshole. Like like that's his go-to like character trait. And she says she has no problem with him, but I worked with him after like all this stuff went down at a different job, and he randomly just like showed me a booty pic of like someone riding on him, and I couldn't really tell if it was her, but like he didn't say. And then another guy I went to school with was like he basically tried to like cover up what it was, saying it was nothing. But um any case, that doesn't really bother me. But she spent like 4 or 5 months trying to be my friend for like a long time, and I kept telling her like I didn't really do all that shit and stuff. And then she like added me to group chats and stuff on Facebook and on Snapchat with like me and some other guy at work and another chick who like went to school with me. And then later on down the road, uh, I was driving a car to work and the battery died or something. I couldn't get it to start. And so I basically was like, okay, so like if you'll give me a ride to my house, I guess we can be friends. And so she did that. But then like when she dropped me off at the house, she basically ended up talking to me forever. Um, in my driveway, but she started talking about Tinder and stuff, and she wanted me to make a Tinder, and she had one, and then basically I was just like, yeah, you can read, like when me and my ex first met, like I don't care. But she was saying like she had a military guy who was like her childhood best friend that like wants to see her and stuff, and but he's like in Texas, and she wants to move back to Texas at some point, but she thinks that he wants sex and stuff when she goes down there, but then she doesn't want to seem desperate. It's like she doesn't want to travel that far because she doesn't want to seem desperate and stuff. So she was giving vibes of like, I want a friend with benefits, but I don't want to seem desperate about it and stuff. And she did a bunch of random shit that kind of she was a bit really flirty at work when I was doing this, but I was going through so much drama at work, I didn't really want any more drama. And she would randomly like bring up stuff like she pulled me from like my register to help her move some stuff in a container unit outside in the parking lot, and we had to like clean some racks and stuff, and like the water splashed on her and she started giggling and shit. And then later on, like I was peeling tape and stuff off the inside of the container, and she just starts talking about like how she like wants to have kids and stuff, and she hates kids, but like she would like her own or something. And I kind of called her out on that, and she was like, well, it's different if it's your kids. Personally, I don't really see the huge difference, but any case, like small little details I kind of pick up on. It's anyway, but basically it was like a week before Valentine's Day, all this stuff kept going. And at some point along in there, we found out basically that both of our exes and us, we had like the same like love song sort of thing. And like we ended up listening to it in her car because she had me come and talk to her in her car like a few times. But then like while we're at work, she was like starting to flirt around with like a bunch of different dudes there, it seemed like. And then there's a younger guy. I think she likes younger dudes because she uh there's this guy there, and basically like they were friends, or I guess, and then they went to a beach together like a week after knowing each other, and that Sierra girl was there with them. And then randomly, I guess they broke up or something because he was starting to flip out because something happened and he didn't understand. So I think she kind of like led him on and then tore him apart. I don't really know, but they were still friends on Facebook and stuff, and they still like liked each other's stuff. So I guess it was good. And then a week, so like the week before Valentine's Day or whatever, she asked me to dinner at some Mexican restaurant place, which is actually more expensive than I thought it would be because I basically got a grilled cheese on a taco shell and it was like $7 a piece. It was terrible. But I sat down in there and I'm like, first off, I'm already kind of like it's awkward for me in general because I don't do this stuff. And she just starts talking about her whole everything. Like she's talking to me about houses and stuff, like out of nowhere. Like I want this kind of house, and I like hardwood doors and stuff. And I'm just like, what? I don't like what exactly? Because it seems to me like she's trying to. It's basically a date, but she's not saying that it's a date. Yeah, it's just dinner. But like, is this really like iffy for me? And so like basically I just sat there and kind of like nodded along until it ended. But also like that same day, it was a Sunday, I think, that she said she was teaching Sunday school. Because when she walked in there, she was like she was wearing a freaking uh like dress up clothes with like a really tight shorter skirt, and she had kind of a booty on her, so like it made her booty look real good. But she said she wore that to teach at Sunday school, and I think that was a lie. I don't really know because I don't know if she even teaches Sunday school, but it just seems like that was a bit too provocative to be a Sunday school dress. And just I don't know, just the weirdness of it because she never dresses like that at all, like at any point that I've ever seen. And when it was all over though, like basically we paid and she like went out to her car or whatever. And I just kind of like knelt down and I was like, are you trying to get me to do something with you for Valentine's Day? And then she was like, oh, that's something I do with my boyfriend. But she was like smiling at me and stuff, like in a weird way. And then I just kind of like stood up and nodded. And then she was like, kind of like set back for a second. And then she's like, oh, do you want this Victoria's Secret coupon? And I like started to reach for it. And she's like, oh, no, I'll probably need this. And then we just like she like drove off, and then we went back to work and stuff, and then things were still going, and she was like blocked me on Facebook, blocked me on Snapchat, like removed me, like I can't see any. Yeah, but all she had to do was like at any point, like when I asked her if she's gonna do something for Valentine's Day, like just like, and it's, but it just gets like worse from a lot. So basically, though, like I don't have a problem with her still, but now like I go in there on occasion to shop, and she's there. And like the last few times that I've been through there, because I avoided the place for a long time because I had so much traumatic shit that happened there, that literally going in that store just fucking it messes with my psyche, because literally they destroyed my mind when I was there. It's terrible, and it's still fucking terrible. But she started like anytime I was in the store and she saw me in there, she was getting like up in my business. Like she was getting close, like real fucking close. And like if I was talking to somebody, she'd like sit there like she's putting something into a deal, but she's like listening to what I'm saying. And then like the last time I went through there, like uh I was looking at signs and stuff, and she like walked by me and like said hi and stuff. But the thing was is that after that Valentine's Day thing, after she blocked me and everything, which she didn't block the other dude at all, from what I could tell before. Um, the thing was is that she basically said that I scared her when I was there. So me asking her about the Valentine's Day somehow scared her. And but the whole thing was that I had so much drama on me from work, treating me like I was a fucking monster because this other lady was spreading shit. And then you spend 4 or 5 months to say that you wanna be my friend, and then I finally let you be my friend, and then you ask me to dinner, and then you j you make it you make me, like, think that I'm a fucking like, an animal because I scared you. It's not like I wasn't trying to be scary at all, but it's just, like, the gist of it. Yeah, and I try to make myself because I'm a pretty large person, so, like, when I did this stuff, like, I purposely make myself not, like, super authoritarian or anything, and I make sure that, like, I crouch down and I'm at a lower level because I don't wanna seem. Yeah, probably, but it's it kinda grinded my gears, though. It's just because I was going through a lot of mental trauma, and then you spend that long to gain my trust and make me feel like I'm starting to become, like, somewhat normal human being again, and then you're gonna tell me that I'm scaring you, which is basically the whole gist of how all the trauma started in the first place, which is like a fully fucked up scenario. But yeah, but I still don't hold anything like against her. The main issue here's the thing that's mainly against it, okay? Because here's some stuff that she did that kind of makes me think that she's a little bit wilder than what she puts on, is because she has this little apartment thing, and it happens to be behind the high school, and it happens to be near where Tristan lives. But uh, at some point, her and her friend like they made me like pretty much they asked me to like go to the casino and stuff with them at one point. It's like the first time I went anywhere with them was them two together at the casino, and they sat in like a gas station parking lot, and they were like, wanted to do a TikTok video thing, and it basically was like put your fingers down and ask questions. And she had mentioned something about she likes talking to people that haven't seen like more than 3 people. So I think she likes people that aren't as experienced. And so they did like all the TikTok stuff and everything and like a dance and stuff with that. Um and then the other thing was that it wasn't necessarily the TikTok or the Tinder talk that we had in my driveway, but she had brought up something about her apartment being called the dungeon. Um, so that made me think that maybe she was putting hints down that like she's actually a little bit crazier than she thought. And then she said that that military dude was always trying to get her to do stuff on the phone, and that he like sent her toys and stuff in the mail, and she had like a dildo in her closet. And it was like this weird stuff like that where I was like, because she acted like she didn't want it. But like, if you don't want it, you can throw it away. Like, why is it in your closet? I mean, I'm just gonna think that you're using it. I mean, I don't think there's any problem with that. Whatever. But then like when you're in her house, she has like a wind chime over the top of her bed. And I'm like, that would be awkward as hell. But the main vibes I was getting from her is she's probably a little bit crazier than she let on. But if she really asked me what I thought, like the whole gist of it was she's a nice person, she's fairly attractive, um, definitely a lot more booty than up top, but she's pretty driven because she's like selling sensies and stuff. The issue that I would have with her is that I'm pretty sure she is very much like my mom. And I know that my mom and my dad did not get along very well because I know that she probably has some sort of anxiety, like some pretty bad anxiety, I would think, or something similar to that. But she also spends a lot of money and likes going on trips a lot. So she'd probably be a good mom and all that stuff, but and she'd probably be good wife material, and she's probably a little freaky. But I don't think that our personalities would mash very well, and it would basically be me and her getting together because we had similar things happen with our exes in the past, and we happened to went to the same school. And like 20 years down the road, that would have definitely fell apart. Like at some point, like there would have been a yeah, and I don't think. But that's literally like I could sense that from like the very beginning when she's talking to me. So it's like if I tried to jump on that, because she said she was a born again virgin and that she was waiting till marriage, right? So if you're talking to me about that stuff and you want to be friends, I'm fine being friends, okay? But if you're trying to hint towards a relationship or something, I don't think it would have really worked out very well. And then, but she never brought brought it to that point. But she was being way too flirty for it not to just be n- friends. That's not exactly how all that stuff works. But I don't think that they think about that stuff though. So anything that I do, like if I told her no, she's gonna be mad. And then if I go through with it, I'm just an asshole because I'm basically using her to try and get something where I know that it isn't going to turn into a long distance relationship. So it's like yeah. But this is like the vicious cycle of my fucking life with girls because like the girls in high school, uh Braden and Emily, they used to fucking like it seemed like they hated each other. Like they were best friends, but they would secretly like just talk shit to each other and like trying to get me to like go to prom and stuff with them. And then people that I knew in high school when I went to college that were younger talked to me like once I came back home from college. But there was like one of those that like she wasn't 18 yet, and her and her twin sister like showed up at my house randomly out of nowhere. And then later on, like it was like New Year's, and I know her and her boyfriend for like a long time. They've been together since they were like 14. And she was like sending me stuff about him beating her or whatever, right? But when I first knew them, her and her friends and stuff, uh, they used to like cut themselves with razors and shit and like smoke. So these were the people I got in trouble when I turned 19 anyway. But I was taking their razors and I was taking their cigarettes and shit because their parents fucking wouldn't, and I was tossing them out. But the thing was is that I basically got them to stop doing it because they were getting attention from an older dude, which made them stop. But anyway, like she was sending me these pictures. It basically looked like she got hit with a spoon. It was like a little bitty bruise. But I don't know how because girls seem so innocent. Like they make themselves seem so innocent. But I doubt that she was. And she sent me shit that wasn't so innocent randomly on my stuff anyway. But basically, I turned her down at some point. She originally like went there and said that her sister liked me. And then her sister messaged me and I was like, "Hey, I don't really know you. I know your sister." Okay? And that's basically where that ended. And then they both like or then they sent me like a picture of both of them together. And I was like, "Well, that's cool, but still." And anyway, like down the road, apparently like she decided to get with she started going to the gym or something, and she got with a 27-year-old guy who was at the gym that was like pretty big. And then she sent me messages that was like, I like how big that or big he is, it makes me feel small and stuff. And I was like are you trying to like attack me or something right now? Because I don't understand why like I'm happy for you, but I don't understand why I need to know this. Because like I have this thing where it's like girls that talk to me and then I don't like talk to them anymore, and then they'll get boyfriends and stuff, and then they'll randomly pop back up in my life and like introduce me to my boyfriends like I'm their father. It's like I don't understand why that's a thing. Because I've had people like at Walmart, like someone that when I was like 16 or whatever it was, someone that worked with me, like an older lady, she was like, I don't even know, probably like 20 something. And I think like 2 or 3 years later, she had showed up with some young dude with like tattoos and shit and like introduced me to him and like saying that he was her man and stuff. And I was like, oh, that's cool. You know, firm handshake, good man, big bulge. And I don't really, but that's something that happens a lot. And I don't understand why girls do that. Like, I get sort of why they would do that, but it doesn't really do anything to me compared to it just kind of annoys me a little bit. But other than that, but I don't know. Yep. Hmm. Real different. Yeah. Talking about an open relationship or like y'all are just taking breaks? Okay. Yeah. Especially now. It's like when I don't know, like now that you like when you get older, it's just you get those kind of creeping up thoughts where it's like if I get sick or something, you don't have no one there for you. If you just have fun forever, like 20 years, 30 years from now, like you're not gonna have anything. You're gonna be in the same exact spot. You're not gonna have a family or anything else. So there is that too. Yeah. Yeah. Online dating definitely isn't the answer. That's for sure. Because it's literally like, well, for guys, most definitely, like 99% of those people, they're bots, and then most of the other ones you can see they just have no life choices, and then most of them are probably clicking like on the same guys on there that have the good pictures and shit. But then once you get past all that, then you have these things where it's like, th- first off, they're never gonna message you first. Like it's very rare, and then most of them, like you have to somehow make an interesting conversation out of thin air without knowing anything about them, or they'll just like completely stop talking to you, and then or they'll have like hit me with your best pickup line or something. Because a lot of them too is like they're not necessarily on there for dating. It's more either attention or they're promoting Instagrams and stuff, or they're just doing it for entertainment. Because like for girls, a lot of stuff that involves guys is more entertainment value, I feel, than most other things. Like it's not necessarily that you want to date, but like you will go to a club and then you'll just try and get guys to hit on you so that you can gossip about it later, not necessarily looking for a dude. Yeah. Yeah. But that's literally what it is on there for the most part. You're not going to find probably anything super serious. Even if you do, you're going to be competing with every other guy on there. So that's part of the thing is like girls get so many messages and stuff that you pretty much you have to stand out somehow. But there's no real way to do that, I guess online. My personal opinion for dudes, it's better to meet in person. Like even if you like if you get their phone number or you get their Snapchat or whatever, I don't think really that you should message them a whole lot on the social media. You should basically like talk to them on there a little bit and then set up a date to actually meet up and talk because I feel like as a dude, if you talk to a girl in person, it's much more personal and also they can't really a lot of these girls with like really big egos online are like crumbling walls in person. Like they're super shy or something. And so like when you talk to them in person, they can't really like act like they're so much better than you that you have to impress them. And then they kind of notice more about you. Like you're not just a face on a screen. You're an actual person there. So they can notice your like your dress, if you take care of yourself, maybe if you have cologne on. That's all stuff that's like small little things that when you meet girls in person that they can latch on to if they want to see interest in you. Whereas like if you're just online, it's just your words. You know, you might spell your like instead of being you are, you're just putting your or whatever, and like or you misplaced a period, and they're just like grammar Nazis, and it just throws them off. So, but yeah, I didn't really notice a bunch of the differences until Felicia had showed me her Twitter thing, because literally, or her Tinder thing, because like literally on the girl side of things, like you can just push the heart buttons and you'll like match with like every dude on there. Whereas like most dude, like at least for me anyway, like if you go on there, some like a lot of them will be robots, like just be bots trying to get you to do shit. Um, but you won't get like a whole lot of like likes and stuff on there. Like I get no likes compared to like me in real life. And then uh the freaking what's the other thing? I feel like as a dude when you're on these dating apps, I think they have something in there that just automatically connects you with random people because I know that there's faces that it says that I match with that I know for damn sure I didn't click anything on their page. And like some reason it matches me with them and then it's like no. Like I'm no interest in that. Those are probably the like if you get like a really old person or something on there, those are the people that will like message you, but like you don't know why you're even matched in the first place. Like they'll be like 60 years old or something, and you're like, what's going on? But anyway, I'm surprised. I don't know if they have it, but I'm surprised they don't have like VR dating, not like speed dating, but like video game VR. Seems something should be a thing. Honestly, I think like there isn't. I mean, there's gamer girls I'm sure around here, but I don't really know who they are. Like it'd be pretty much impossible to figure out who they are unless you went to school with them, most likely. Even though it seems like every girl gamed, even though they never talked about it in school. But what was I saying? Yeah. Oh, but game dates. Like, why isn't that more of a thing? Because like you could go to a bowling alley, but you could also go on a game and go anywhere. And like, even if you went to Minecraft, so you get invited on like a Minecraft date, but then you go and then like he spent all day building like a beach and a picnic area and like gazebo lighting and all kinds of shit. You know, like at least you'd see that they put in a lot of effort to make something impressive to actually like take you to a date on, which is it's kind of cheesy and it's not really like impressive in the real world because it didn't really cost you anything, but that's something like I remember I don't know what it was when I was like probably like 14 or something, like I don't know, like middle school, was it like 10, something like that. I used to play a MMO game for it was like Guild Wars, just Guild Wars. It's a really good game. Anyway, uh, if we got technical, like if we got really technical, uh, that would be where my first girlfriend would have been. However, I don't really count it because we never really met in person. So there was somebody on there that was like, they actually lived in the same state as me, but they were up in the big city somewhere, and I'm up in like down in a small town in the middle of nowhere. And I'd been like a big shot on this game for like a long time, and I was like gonna leave because I was getting bored. And I just happened to run into these cool guys. Their guild was called Toad, and we have a website and stuff. They still have the website up, and they have their own Discord chat, and we still talk sometimes. And those guys, honestly, I didn't expect them to become so smart, but because we were all a bunch of idiots back then. But now they're doing like real estate and stocks and programming and all kinds of shit. Like you can go on that Discord and like talk to them literally about anything, and you'll get statistics and all kinds of fucking shit websites. I literally, when I bought this house, I went on there and he was talking about real estate stuff, and I was like, man, I didn't know like how these back tax houses. I'm a little worried like someone happened. He was like, bro, I got you. Just fill out this form. I can get all the information on your property and shit. I was like, man, you're the fucking man. And that's the dude who used to be the guild leader in the guild. Anyway, uh, there's someone called Holly, Holly Pereira, I think was her name. I have no idea how I could ever look this person up because I don't know anything else besides that. Pretty much, it's like Edmund or something, Holly Pereira. But essentially, I was gonna leave that game, and she was in there. I don't even know if I knew that she was a girl originally, but we just for some reason had like a really good connection in the game. And I don't think that's something that anyone really talks about at all because it doesn't make any fucking sense at all. Like, you know how you have an instant connection with somebody in real life? It makes sense because you're there in person. But like, how do you have that connection through a video game? It makes no fucking sense at all. But basically, like, a- yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I don't think I really had a personality back then. I don't fucking know. But anyway, all we really did in there, like every single day, I literally logged onto that game and didn't do shit for like 10 hours. And we just used bunny tonics and turned ourselves into bunny rabbits and ran around in circles and shit in the guild hall. Like, it's the dumbest stuff ever, but I didn't get bored at all. And then it's like, eventually, like, she gave me her number and we talked on the phone and stuff at night, but it never really went anywhere because I was like 10 years old, whatever the hell. But technically, but that was back before iPhones. I I don't even know. I don't even know how old she was back then. Really, she was probably similar age to me, if I think. But there's no way for me to really know who the hell she was, or even if she would remember me. And I I don't really know. It'd be kind of weird anyway to randomly find a person like that now. So, but it seemed, yeah. I mean, at one point, like at some point during that period of time, she actually did come down from the city because there's a church camp down here, and basically she went to the church camp. But everyone around, like in this town, just calls it the bunny breeding grounds because it's a church camp, but basically kids just go there to have sex. There's like basically the older people in the high school in this town. I wasn't raised in this town, like so where I'm at, there's like four towns that are pretty close together, and mine was more like on the outside of all of them, and I lived in the country. So this town is like that I'm living at now is in the center, and there's a waterfall and some church camps next to it. And people that like go to school here or like live in town, they can get access to like the waterfall and stuff like free like 4 days a week. And then like during the summer they can go to the church camp and like just go for like a day pass or whatever. Cuz it's basically a whole city. They have like a church camp city thing in the mountains like hidden away. I had no idea it was there until like I tried to get a job there. Like I don't know, like when I came home from college, I think I put in an application and I figured out that basically there's a road that goes down in there, and all those people that go to that church camp, there's like a massive city that's just in the mountainside with like shops and all kinds of shit in there. It's crazy. But yeah, but basically she went to that at some point and I was working and I didn't stop. So I didn't know exactly what was all that, but she was pretty cool the whole time. And other than that, but it just seems weird that you could just get along with somebody in a video game. But that was way before before phones were even like phones. That was basically like a rotary phone almost. Like you had to like press your text message buttons like 15 times to get a letter. I don't even think cameras had like cameras back then. But I mean that's fine. I just don't know exactly what to talk about anymore. I'm just kind of running out of stuff. I don't know about relevant, but something at least. I'm thinking at this point though, I'm just gonna have to take the plunge because my thing right now is that because I had this medical thing at the first of the year, and I pretty much died at that point. So like right now, I mean I'm back on my feet and I'm feeling good, but like I've definitely lost some size, and the antibiotics that they had me on like made me lose feeling in two of my fingers. But I think the fact that like I've always been used to being locked inside, like it doesn't bother me to be isolated from people. But now like when I've actually went out because I've literally like I haven't did much of anything. I started going back outside and I traveled to like Elmore or whatever not too long ago. And I'm just getting like anxiety like pretty bad. And I never really had that before. But now I'm thinking like maybe like if I'm gonna get back in the dating scene, I'm just gonna have to like bite the bullet and work on my social skills and get all my anxiety worked out and do like those videos where people go on like I don't know, like people go to beaches or whatever and they just like go and talk to everybody. So the bare minimum, you just find people to like hang out with. Yeah. It's even worse when I don't want to spend my money. It's the other thing. Because like I can go do some stuff, but like in the back of my head, it's like, if I go and I spend my $10 going to a movie theater or whatever, how much it costs now, like $20, $10. But that's something I could have did for free and I could have put that money towards a house. Like at this point, like my money, I am focused and obsessed with just building some sort of stable foundation of house real estate. That's So I don't. It's kind of a bad thing because it's. Let's be frank here, okay? Girls are expensive. Unless you get the rare case of girl that like randomly buys shit for you all the time and doesn't care about doing anything. I mean, you gotta feed them. You gotta like take them places. You know, it's probably. I had a plan for this at some point though. I was gonna make like a little like fund, like a savings account, but I'm just gonna like deduct like $50 or whatever, and just like toss in there. And then eventually that's gonna get like to a whole lot. And by the time that I actually find someone that I want to talk to, they're gonna be like, "Can I go get something?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got like 40 grand in this account for you." Like, you're like what? Anyway, it's a dumb idea, but that's fair. I mean, it's fair. I mainly just thought about doing something like that in general because I mean, I see like people from my high school and stuff and their relationships and they go on trips and stuff, but I figure, having something set up to like put money into that way later on, at least you could like go and do something like once a week or every couple weeks. I feel like if you're in a relationship, maybe, you know, like at least every couple weeks or like at the max probably a month, like you probably should try and do something with your partner at some point and like having money preset aside just for that, so you know like how much you got to spend and you can just plan something out. But I don't know, because it just seems like something that would be interesting to have, because it's like, so even if you put like $20 in there or whatever, it's like, you know in a couple weeks you're gonna be looking and you're gonna be like, hey, I kind of want to get something to eat, and we got like $200 in there. Let's go get, a fancy dining thing. So you like make reservations somewhere, and then you take them out to a fancy dinner and eat. And there later on, you go and you're like, okay, maybe we want to go on a trip to wherever the hell we're going, and then you look in there and you got a little bit, and you got to save up like a couple hundred more dollars, and then you got enough money to go. So maybe you like skip out on a month, but then you plan your whole trip to Fiji or whatever. But too many ideas. But nice. Yeah. Plus, we got to manage all the people getting there and all the everything else, and then once it's over, they're still gonna be there and they're gonna want to hang out and shit. And then, but like you want your honeymoon, so yeah. Are they staying with a babysitter? Or what's going there? Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Plus, you could always do it like a movie, like make it look like it's super fancy, but then just like have background pictures and stuff, and then you record it on a camera, and you just send everybody a DVD or whatever, flash drive. Think, yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, I thought I already had like a pretty decent solution for that. Like, literally, you just give me my little section of the house. Some people call it a man cave, but whatever. You can have the rest of the house. I don't care. You decorate this, you paint it however you want. Give me my little space, my computer, my bed. I'm good. But I don't know if I'd be able to go on a trip to like Bahamas and stuff at this point, because I feel like if I go somewhere that has like a beach, I probably would never come back. It's probably like one of the weird, I don't know if it's some sort of survival instinct or what, but like something about beaches and like water, like creeks and stuff. Like I could spend probably hours just looking for random shit on the bottom of like the ocean floor, but I also really like messing with sandcastles and then like letting the water trying to run over the sandcastle. It's just something oddly satisfying about it. So, plus they have coconuts. Apparently coconuts are really freaking good for you. I guess we should have picked that up when all the Samoans are like jacked. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to spend that much or not, but main thing is, I mean, you can always just like be near a beach and go there, but I just worry. I'm very iffy about hurricanes. Yeah, hurricanes and tsunamis is like the biggest because like Oklahoma and stuff, it's like tornadoes. I mean, you can go underground. You can most of the time you can just stand outside and watch them as they're like rolling by. But like tsunami, like your house is gone. Like your whole city is probably gone. Like yeah. It's like what are you supposed to do at that point? It's like, oh, a tsunami's coming. Well, it's like you could pack up your whole house or you could just, leave town for a day and then you come back and you have nowhere to live and all your stuff's fucking wet. It just seems terrible. I'd probably get like an underground house or maybe not even that, just like an old submarine or something. Something with like a waterproof. I don't know. I always thought I think they ended up making I used to make these random invention ideas all the time. And I think someone actually ended up making something similar in Japan at some point. I don't remember what it was called, but basically I was always wondering like why the hell people never made like safety like life pods for tsunamis and stuff, like storm shelters. And everyone was like, well, if they go into a storm shelter, then they're going to drown because, the water. But my thing is that you don't need to be underground the whole time when the tsunami hits. You just need to be there when the first part of it hits. Like you're going to have debris and stuff, but once the water goes over it, say like you went underground into a storm shelter, but inside was a pod, and then the storm shelter basically opened a hatch and shot the pod out into the water. So then it would float to the surface and kind of bounce around until it stopped. But I mean, you could maybe put like a tether or something onto the bottom of it to keep it from like crashing into something. Yeah, but yeah, it just seems better than getting hit by the water. Like if you can't get out, I mean, at least you can get into a little ball and like try and ride out the tidal wave. But then also the thing is too, like tsunamis are big, but like if you have a boat, could like how hard is it to drive around the tsunami? Like yeah. But like if someone's like, "Hey, a tsunami's coming," like how big could a tsunami possibly be to where you couldn't get in a boat and then like drive 30 minutes and then get around the back side of it and then come back, That is yeah. What about like I wonder where the debris actually because you're gonna have debris from all the buildings and stuff, but how much debris is actually brought up from the ocean? Because you could put your safety pods like say you have a beach, you put the safety pod entryways like at the front of the beach front, right? And then so instead of being in the mainland when the wave hits, you go underground through the beach and then the water, like you'd already be under the water. So if there's not a lot of debris coming from the ocean, then all you would have is like the sand right there, and but you could instantly release like up into the ocean part of it and not the, you know. Yeah. I wonder. Yeah, because they have those survival bunkers they use on shows, but I don't think anyone's ever made one that's like waterproof. Like how long? You'd have to have like stored oxygen, unless you had like a pipe or something that traveled all the way to like a big ass mountaintop or something. But yeah, yeah, yeah. I always kind of wondered about stuff like that though. Underground houses just kind of interested me. They have these. That's another thing. Is like people build houses out of wood, but they got hard earth houses, which is like compact earth. It's how we made houses like in the past for like thousands of years. And I mean, it's still a house even if it is made out of compacted dirt. And I always thought those were kind of interesting because some of these homes that use that, they'll have like these big mounds of dirt and stuff behind it, and just like air pipes that go through the dirt, and it keeps the inside of the building actually like 60 degrees or something. Where and all it is just a pound of like a mound of dirt. It doesn't take any power at all, and that's just weird to me. But like, how hard? Like, so my thing growing up was like property taxes. Like that's something like one of the first things people ever talked to me. They were always talking about property taxes are really expensive. But like now that I'm older, I've learned that property taxes, it's like once a year. It's not that big of a deal. I don't understand why everyone was flipping out about it. But if you bought like a small property, like just a small piece of land, and then inside your house you dug underground and you had like a little cellar, then technically you could bust out like little holes and dig and make more rooms and just keep adding more and more rooms, but your house wouldn't get any bigger. So as long as nobody knew what you were doing, your property tax wouldn't go up. But how would they know? Like they would probably tell you they need a permits, but it's not like someone's just gonna like come over to your house and be like, "Hey, what you doing in there? I hear power tools." Like, yeah, it wouldn't tell them nothing. You can find it later. But yeah, that's that's the kind of stuff for like you're a doomsday prepper and then like you sell your house and then like Armageddon comes and like they're all panicking and all of a sudden you just like bust through the front door and you're like, "Hey guys, I know you bought this place, but there's kind of a secret." And then like you just have this giant fucking underground facility under a house because like I don't know because like they have like mineral rights and stuff for like houses and things like I don't know if you could put a building underground and then just sell the upper portion of like the upper house and like keep the under house. But I've heard of some people like in California and stuff, they'll buy like houses with big basements and then they'll rent out their basement for like a decent amount of rent money. So it's like if you wanted to make like an apartment complex and you dug underground, theoretically, depending on how much land you have, you could make as many rooms as you want. And then you running water and power and stuff would be really simple because it's just through the ground. I don't know if people want to live underground. Yeah. Like people want to live underground. I mean, you wouldn't have as much energy usage probably because you're underground, so you get, you know, well, I'm not saying that they have to live like hermits underneath there. I'm just saying that, you know, so like for me to like go and buy an apartment complex, I might have to spend like, I don't know, like 40,000, probably not even 40, probably like $200,000 or something around here, which would take forever unless you had enough money and just got a loan to get it. But if you go and you spend like 2 grand and you buy a big ass piece of farmland and then you just dig down and you start making a series of rooms underground, you just keep infinitely expanding. Like it's just like an apartment, but it's underground. You know, you could still go and get food and eat and stuff, but you know what I'm saying? And then like if someone messes up your room, it's like like what are they gonna do? Like, oh no, you destroyed my dirt wall. I mean, yeah, that's literally it. I mean, I ain't gonna say, it's like I don't know how comfortable it is to live underground. So I mean, if it stays a moderate temperature, I mean, I'm sure you probably have to have some sort of AC in there if you have a bunch of people living in there because people are gonna do dumb shit and it'll probably get hot. But um, even then though, like that doesn't even sound that bad 'cause it's like you have one central heat and air unit or something just like sitting on the surface and pipes going underground. You're not gonna have to like cut a whole wood area out and then that's interesting. Yeah, if I ever try to do that at some point, because now it's stuck in my head and I kind of want to try it. Um, affordable living, like cheap rent. I think that's the way to do it. Because like most houses and stuff, I don't know necessarily how you would waterproof the ground to keep the moisture and stuff out, but they do that for basements. And so there has to be some way. Yeah, but other than that, I mean, because like most places that you rent out, it's like if they damage the house or like you still got to like replace shingles and deal with windows and all that stuff. But if it's just an underground place, I mean, you might be able to put like a skylight in there if you wanted, maybe. But I don't really. There wouldn't be that much maintenance. You're gonna have water, electric, gas going underground into apartment rooms, and then you need sewage coming out. You'd have to have it waterproofed so that it doesn't flood, and maybe like an upper AC unit area. But then, other than that, I mean, you don't have to worry about tornadoes because it's underground. You don't have to worry about repairs, really. Even then, it's just digging up pipe out of the dirt. I guess it really comes down to like if you needed to pour like the stability of the actual structure, like if you needed like cement walls or something in there, and then yeah, I mean, if you needed support, you'd probably have to use some sort of cement beam or put like a mold and fill it with cement and make cement walls underground. I feel like if you went by building code, you'd probably have to dig up the whole underground area and then build all your molds and then pour all your cement and then put all the dirt back on. But if you were gonna redneck it, theoretically you could do it just like all these people do on the videos where they make like those hut houses and stuff. And they use clay and stuff on the outside, but I've seen people use like cement. Like they'll just do like a thin layer of cement. Like when they make pools, they'll just like put a little cement on the outside. I'm sure somebody would complain about it, but I can't think of anywhere that gives you the experience. The what? Yeah. I mean, I don't know if you'd put, hardwood floors or anything in there, but I can't think of anywhere like I think my dad knows one person that has an underground house. I don't know anywhere where you can get the actual feeling of living underground. Like all I've ever heard of is just doomsday shelter bunkers. That's literally it. Yeah, I've been in caves. They're kind of nice, but they're not livable necessarily. Because at the waterfall out here, there's a few cave systems out there. You can kind of like dump. They're usually pretty cool, like kind of damp and cool. But yeah, because like honestly, like my parents talked to me about that when I bought this house out here because I don't have house insurance on it. But my theory basically was like my dad and stuff, like they spent money on house insurance for I don't know 40, 50 years, and it was like 600 or $800 or something a month. Like it was something pretty decently high, and they never used it. And then even if they did, they would have to pay like so much before it would even activate. And so, like, my thinking was like, I bought this as a back taxed house. I spent like 10 grand to like really get the house, and this whole house could burn down, but I would still have the land and like the bare basics of a house. Like all I have to do, if this building gets completely, this is why like I think so much about the past because everyone nowadays are gonna be like, oh no, I can't possibly live without all my shit in my house and it got to look perfect and awesome. But like I'm more of like a survivalist where my ancestors went through this shit, so I should be able to manage it. Like if I can't survive in the modern day, like it's not above me to live like my ancestors, okay? You got to have a little bit of respect. Those people, they could only dream of having what you have. And like this whole place, you just get teared completely apart. The bare basics of a house, like four walls and a roof. Like, how hard is that to put up? It would literally take me I could do it with dirt. I could do it with wood. It'd take me maybe a day, you know? And in that, I lived in a dorm room for 6 years in college. Not any point in time did I think that that wasn't enough for me. There's people in like Japan and China and stuff that live in these tiny ass apartment complexes that they have so much shit crammed in there, but they're smaller than my dorm room was. It's literally like they had to like fold their walls and stuff to make things pop out, but it's crazy. They have like a microwave next to their bed, like they just like crawl up to their ceiling to get in their beds. But you get a small little room, you put a little bed in there, or you put some sort of floor thing in there to sleep on, sleeping mattress or whatever. And then, you get a little toilet, you get a little sink, and that's the bare bones basics, and then you get like a power outlet. You plug in a microwave or something. You just like slowly upgrade. The bare bones is just need the room. And then that room is going to keep you protected from the shelter. And then you run power and stuff to it, which will, and then you can start plugging shit in. And then as you advance, you know, you wait a couple years or whatever, you go and you build another room on it. And guess what? Now you have 2 rooms, you have twice the space. Okay? And then every time you can just slowly expand room by room, this little sections. And then once you get the whole house the way you want it, like at any point you could just go back and bust out walls in between rooms, and now you have really big rooms. Like that's literally the if you have the same the same small room structure throughout a whole entire house, you'd have enough support beams probably throughout the whole house to pretty much do whatever you wanted on the interior without it falling down. I almost guarantee it. And then even then, like you could do 2-story at that point. Like you start stacking them on top of each other. You might need to put like an arch or something in there to help support more weight. But any case, the main thing is that paying $800 a month for insurance in a year, that's going to be basically more than what I paid for the house. Anything happens to it, I can build more stuff up anyway. If this digging under the ground thing works, technically you wouldn't have to spend anything. You just dig a hole, cover it up, and you're underground. And then run your power and your water and your gas underground. And then literally, like if I was gonna dig, like a hole and live in it, you get like an old cellar kind of thing, like an old cellar door sort of entrance. You just go in, or maybe even a slidey door if you want. That way, I don't know, something like that. If you want to get fancy, you could try to do like one of those. They have these like little elevators for carports now, like in the big cities, or you park your car and it like stores it underground. And anyway, but dig the hole, and then I think putting the pipes and stuff in would be easier doing it underground than it would a house. And the yeah, so you can make any yeah, you'd have to put the dirt somewhere, but you could probably just stick it on top. Like as long as you had the support being like support underneath it, you could probably put more dirt on top and just make a big mound on top of it, but more insulation. But you can make your rooms as big as you wanted if you dug underground. I don't think like the main issues is just going to be like when you first start it would be water seeping in and probably bugs. But once you got yeah, but like once you got the walls and stuff sealed up, I don't really see that being a problem. And like the land that I'm yeah, that's why I'm kind of interested about how you deal with the water, because that's literally the only thing I can think of that would really be yeah. Hmm. Maybe I played too much Minecraft because it's just the like just the thinking of like because I'm gonna build a room onto this house on the back because it got torn down in the past, and I'm gonna rebuild it back on. But like the amount of work it takes to like if I was gonna do everything properly, I have to dig all the way down to bedrock and like put supports down to bedrock, pour cement slabs on top of it, and then I have to put bolts and stuff into the outside of the cement slabs. Then I buy a ton of wood, build wall frames, bolt them into the bolts on the cement slabs, and you got to build the roof on top of that. You got to get the insulation, you got to get the outside board, you got to get like plastic wrap, you got to get shingles and all the other crap that you need for it. And you got to put a floor and stuff in it if you want a floor, and you got to run power and water and anything else that you want into it. But like, if you were living underground, like literally all you'd have to be like, I think we need a bigger room over here. And then you just like go to the wall and you start cutting a little piece out. And then you just slowly dig out an area and maybe have to put some sort of sealant or something on the walls to keep it from getting all wet and shit. And if yeah, in my area, I mean, summertime and stuff, you ain't gonna really get rain at all. You get droughts, but I don't know. Well, yeah. Well, I mean, it does have like it does rain. Like our weather's just weird. I think we just get every weather known to man is generally what happens. Because like right now at the first of the year, like this year, it's been raining and stuff like crazy, and we've had a bunch of storms and tornadoes and all kinds of shit. And then uh once like July or August or whatever gets around here, usually like every now and then you'll have like sort of a wet summer, but usually it's really dry and you'll just have like a fucking baking heat dry summer. And then once it gets to like I don't really know when it starts, but like basically fall season, like November and stuff, uh it starts getting colder, like it'll start getting pretty cold, just progressively like colder and colder, like kind of weird. And you could have rainstorms and stuff there all the time. You could have random ice storms, random snowstorms. Um, and then like you start getting into like the December area where you could have pretty much like a normal snow, you could have a blizzard, you could have no snow, you could have full blown summer. Um, so that's just kind of a toss up where like it could be hot as hell, but it might be like kind of cold air with really hot weather. And then you go into like the first of the year is like second winter where it's like generally like that's when winter hits, but every now and then it'll just be kind of normal. But usually like at the first of the year, that's where like all the snow and stuff hits pretty hard. And then it's comes back to this where it's like the first of the year, like after all the snow and shit passes, you get like a few months where it's just like really freaking nice, and you don't think that you're living in hell, where it's just like the weather's perfect outside, you just got just the right amount of moisture in the air, and then it's just nice. But then you'll have like rainstorms and stuff all the time, and every now and then you'll have freaking. I haven't seen it happen in a while. It might be because I live in the city now, but used to you'd have like terrible mosquito, like there'd be like I don't know, at some point there'd just be mosquitoes just fucking everywhere. It's crazy. But yeah, I just don't like bugs that suck blood in general. Something weird about it. I probably just yeah, I think I just worry about like I don't know, like I don't know, with ticks it was like my yeah, my parents I don't know if it's true or not. But my parents just scared the shit out of me when I was a kid because when you got a tick, it was like first off they would like you'd have to check yourself and stuff every like when you came inside because we live in the country, and then when you had a tick, they made it like such a big fucking deal that it was like you don't fucking mess with it, you don't touch it, because if you mess with a tick and you don't pull it right, its head will pop off and it'll be in your bloodstream and you'll die. And So I don't know if that's true, but that's literally like they said that to us all the time when we were a little kid. And so to this day, it's like I fucking hate ticks, but if one bites me, I fucking panic. Like I'm like, oh shit, can I pull it out or do I leave it? Because if its head breaks off, I doubt it would kill you because like I guess that'd be interesting. But I think it's because when I was younger, I guess I thought like its head was so small that it shoved its head into your like blood vessel, and maybe it's like its head was just sitting in your blood vessel. But I don't think that's really what happens. But anyway, to this day, my mom she pulls my ticks. All right, I haven't had one in years, but that's definitely who I would call if I had a tick problem because I don't trust myself pulling those out. She has like a special tick tweezer tool. I don't know what it's called, but yeah. Yeah. I didn't yeah. I've only had like maybe one or two, like probably most of my life, but when we were in the country, we had dogs and stuff and those guys would have a ton of ticks all the time. Just everywhere. Um yeah. I always had this weird fear like every time I've gotten bit by a tick, it's always been like I don't even know exactly where. It's always been like some place that's kind of I can't even remember where they bite you at. It seems like it's always been like something like the back of my leg or like my arm or something. I can't yeah, I don't know what it is. It's always somewhere, but like I don't know if they only bite you in specific spots or not. But I always had this like probably unrational fear. It's probably because I was like insecure or something growing up because I was just a shut in. But I always thought like if a tick ever bit you like on your ass or like on your crotch, like how fucking terrible that would be. And then like you probably I don't know if you would even feel it, but just like the mere fact that it would be there and then all of a sudden like you would have to like get your parents to try and remove this tick, it would be fucking terrible. And I don't even know like even today, like that's something I'd send you to like the psychiatrist. Yeah. That's oof. But yeah, that's just random stuff like that. That's why I don't know. Anything that can bite you is just it's just like people make no big deal about daddy long legs and like everyone's like, "Oh no, they're yeah, but they play with them." And they're like, "Oh yeah, it's no big deal. They can't bite you." And like I understand that their mouth is too small to bite you, but I also know they're like technically the most venomous spider in the fucking known to man. Like even more than a black widow and black widows are already bad enough. I don't trust those bitches. But as much as we talk about like evolution and we keep finding new species of shit all the time, like all it takes is one little change and that daddy long legs biting your finger off and you're dead. That's all I'm saying. Like I know it's an unrational thing to think probably, but I'm just saying it's not impossible and I don't want to fuck with spiders. Ugh, that's just I don't know how you
Very nice.
Not too shabby, man. I got to probably invest in one of those at some point, but I got a pot with a potato in it, potato plants, and apparently once they start working on their tubers, like the actual potatoes, they produce flowers at the top of it, and they don't look half bad. I'm just saying, it's like a decorative plant, but you can eat it later.
Not too shabby, man. I got to probably invest in one of those at some point, but I got a pot with a potato in it, potato plants, and apparently once they start working on their tubers, like the actual potatoes, they
Yeah, I usually just talk to whoever's in here. I mean, I was talking to the other guy before, but no one else was really on. I got so many discords that I don't even use nowadays. So, but yeah, yeah. When I start, I'm probably gonna start working tomorrow, but um, basically 5 p.m. to 5 a.m. Monday through Thursday. So then it's gonna be probably only be on like weekends or something over here because y'all guys are always on like at 10:30 or whatever. So yeah, so yeah, yeah. You gotta move your stuff eventually. Oh yeah, shit. One second. I'm not exactly sure how this all works out. Or just do copy. He sent me the numbers. I don't. I guess you don't really need anything else. It's been a while since I've been on there, but that's what he sent me. Yeah, these numbers: 70.161.203.49. So that's something. I mean, I haven't even joined on it yet. He just sent me that yesterday, I think. So yeah, I don't know what's going on there. He basically said it was vanilla, but with like a texture pack or something on it. But yeah. All right, you hopping off? Russell Kids. Oh, Paraguay. Gotcha. You got to make sure he does his job and you know plumber crack and all that. All right. Yeah. Gotcha. Hmm. Hmm. Seems like everyone's dryers always break. We've had like the clogged up thing and stuff as well, but it seems like there's always people talking about heating elements and stuff. And I saw a video a long time ago about like things that you're supposed to clean on dryers and washing machines, and like I had no fucking idea that some of that stuff was there. But like I think literally if people did that, it probably they wouldn't break as much because everyone's dryer is always broken all the time. But yeah. Well, but it's like there was something inside the actual machine that you could clean. It's like uh, I don't know exactly everything. I'd have to watch the video, but like you know the cap that's in your washing machine, like on the top, the spinny part. So like the cap can come off the top of it, and apparently there's like a place in there that gets a bunch of gunk and shit on it that you're supposed to clean, but nobody does. That was like one of the things that I saw, and I was like, oh, but yeah, yeah. This is stuff they should teach you in school, but they don't teach you anything anyway. Yeah. Huh. It's back in the old days. Yeah. Speaking of which, though, like, do you think it's a good idea to like I get like I enjoyed soda and stuff when I was a kid, and I wouldn't really want to deprive my kids of that. But like the more I think about like just kids like refusing to eat food or whatever, or only wanting like Snickers or something, like if they didn't know what snack food was, like would they care at all? Like, you know? Like if you grew up without like candy bars, like and then people are always like, "Yeah, I gotta have my candy bar," and they just be like, "What the fuck's a candy bar?" And, like I don't know if that would that be healthy for them not to have that food, or would it be better for them to get it early? You know, because like later on, like you could eat it and then you'd either be like, "Ew, that's nasty," or you'd be, "Oh my god, this is the best thing ever," and then you just buy nothing but candy bars all day. But yeah, hmm. Huh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I got obese when I was young, for damn sure. That's just yeah. Grandma bribed me with cookies. I mean, but it taught me labor because you want the sweets. You got to do the labor for the sweets. But then, yeah, like the only reason I stopped drinking like 2 liters of Pepsi and stuff all the time, like I would just down those bad boys, was because I started doing sports and getting in shape. Otherwise, I probably never would have stopped, and I would have been fucking massive right now. But I don't know. Yeah. I don't really know exactly how you sign up for WIC and stuff either. Like no one ever taught me anything about that. So that's stuff that like they have government programs and stuff, but like no one teaches you anything about it ever. So how you fucking supposed to know about it? Like I know I've heard about it and I kind of know what it is, but like how you supposed to, if you never heard of what WIC was, like how are you supposed to know to Google that? Like it's just I don't know. Yeah. Well, I think it's just because like well one, they probably didn't want you to know it, but two, it's like we didn't have this kind of fast access to information not too long ago. And so literally like all the information has slowly been trickling into the internet since like 1990. And so like right now like I spent I couldn't find anything about business stuff at all before I went to college. And then after I got out, all kinds of business stuff on there. Like I literally could have just looked at videos. So I'm thinking like the next couple of generations, like once all the bullshit's kind of filtered out on the internet and people figure out what's real, they're gonna have a lot of information. Like there's people that are like 8, 10 years old or whatever right now that are making tons of money doing like online business jobs because you don't like there's jobs online that don't require an ID. So like you can work at Amazon and stuff and do affiliate marketing and all kinds of things without being 14. They can work at an earlier age than I could when I was younger. And they can invest in stuff at a younger age before I even knew what investing was. So it's like it's gonna get wild, I'm sure. But I'll let you go. You got kids and repairmen and wet clothes and stuff. Yeah. I mean, that's fine. Either way. You too.